Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Millions of Americans are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and here at NBC News, we are doing the same. In fact, meet the NBC News journalists whose real-life heritage and identity help shape how they cover and look at the news. Take a look.
My name is Daniel Rodriguez, and my family is from Mexico.
My name is Joel Mary Zambrano, and my family is from Ecuador.
My name is Julian Berger, and my family is from Puerto Rico.
When I was a lot younger, I used to struggle with identity, being Latino and also being a gay man. It was hard for me to figure out who I was.
When I was going through school, I had a hard time grasping between whether I could fit in if I was Hispanic or whether I could fit in, trying to be white. I always was juggling not being Puerto Rican enough and not being American enough.
Being Latina, it's part of my core identity. It plays into how I interpret a story. It plays into the stories I pitch.
What makes a good newsroom is diversity and working with different people from different backgrounds. In the last few years, I've come to realize that me being Latino and me being a gay man is what makes me special, and it allows me to bring different perspectives to work.
Most recently, especially, there's been a push to embrace intersectionality, whether that be you're Afro-Latino or part of the Latinx community, but you're also a part of the LGBTQ community. And I think that's something important to acknowledge, that we're not just Latinos, we also are a part of different marginalized communities.
I got a big crash course in learning how to find your identity here at NBC, and you don't know who you're going to find from within your community until you put a little bit of yourself out there.
No matter who you are, where you came from, who you love, when you're your most authentic self, people can see that. Learn to love yourself because there's no one else like you.
I love that look at the folks that are working here that we get to know in a different way.
Yeah, I think it's so important for you all, our viewers, to understand who's making your news and why it's so important that we have people who bring such a diversity of perspective to our newsroom. So
absolutely.
Meet NBC.
All right, well, switching gears now, a lot of gamers are putting down the guitar and they're picking up the trombone.
That's because Trombone Champ is the fastest selling video game on the web right now. So users get to toot and honk their virtual horns to some pretty popular tunes. NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt is here with a closer look at this craze. Callan, videos are popping up all over social media of people playing this game, but why are they going viral?
Well, Morgan, I think one of the main reasons these are going viral is the sound is so flatulent, and it's kind of impossible to make this game sound good. I spoke with a developer who said, he worried about the reception of the game, especially among professional trombonists, because the sound is so bizarre that he worried that people would be offended by it. But actually, they find this hilarious. People can't get enough of it. And it's a rhythm-based game. Those have always been super popular, just like you mentioned, Guitar Hero, Rock Band. People love to see if they can make it sound perfect. So think the worst version of the national anthem possible that sounds like flatulence, essentially.
Wow. I'm dying listening to it because this is my first experience with it.
Same.
And if you've ever tried to play a trombone in real life or any of those wind instruments, it's really hard to get your mouth in the right position. Talk to us about how we get the game. I feel like we've got a fan right here. So, if Morgan and I want to play this, how do we get in on it? Is it on your phone,
I don't
computer?
know, girl. Maybe speak for yourself. I don't know. I don't know.
So, Vicky, Morgan, you're going to need a PC to play this at this current times. So right now, it's only available on PC, but the developer is working on making it available in multiple languages on Mac. He didn't anticipate the reception. He actually makes video games in his spare time. This is not his full-time job.
Wow.
So he's working on making it more widely available. It's currently available on the distribution platform called Steam. So if you have the PC, you can get it there for $14.99 rather. And other than that, soon it'll come to Mac, console, and hopefully other languages, so we can enjoy that very bizarre sound.
So it's a one-time game fee, and then is this something you can play with people from around the world?
It's a one-player game at this time. Again, the developer is working on adding more features. He did not anticipate that this game was going to be a smash hit and the talk of social media, essentially. So he's working on making it more accessible, more playful. As you know, games like Rock Band, some of the fun of that was that someone could play guitar while someone else played drums. This right now is just a solo player game. You just have to try to make it sound the best that you can, even though that's highly unlikely, but that is most of the fun of this game.
Love it. All right, NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt, always on the cutting edge for us. Thank you, Callan. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Emmy-winning actor Jon Hamm is back on the silver screen. Hamm takes up the role of investigative reporter Irwin Fletcher, made famous by Chevy Chase in the 80s, back in the 80s. The new film is called Confess, Fletch. It's a lot of
It's a lot.
F's and S's.
It's a lot. So in this Today Show interview, he talks about how his character is smack in the middle of a murder investigation, and he's actually the prime suspect. Take a look.
I looked into your criminal record. And?
Bad check charge, 2 contempt of court charges, number of non-payment of alimony charges.
100% of most of those were dismissed.
You're a bit of a shady character, Mr. Fletcher.
But I am adorable.
Fair. It's true.
Well,
You're adorable, John.
well,
Good morning.
Hi, John. Good morning.
Let me read you one of the reviews. Confess Fletch is John Hamm's best acting yet.
Wow.
Wait, forget the Emmy, forget Don Draper.
Jeez.
It's Fletch, the role of a lifetime.
I'll take it. I'll take it. You know, it's something that I've been thinking about ever since I saw the first movie.
Yeah.
As most of us in our generation know, that that movie holds a very special place.
Sure.
Obviously, Chevy's performance is so unique and singular. And I remember when I saw that movie, and then I realized, oh my gosh, this is based on a book. Not only a book, but like a whole series of books. That there were more novels and more stories about this character. And then I started reading them, and I was like, oh, the books are very different from the iteration of the first film, and let's take it back to the original, and that's what we did.
Has Chevy Chase seen this one?
I don't know. You know, he hasn't reached out to me for sure, but I hope he does. I hope he likes it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, people are just obsessed with the character, which I'm sure, like you said, you did it more like the books. You weren't trying to do a carbon copy of what Chevy Chase did.
You know, part of it is that's so Chevy's thing, and it would almost be like I'm doing a Chevy impression. I'm not trying to do that, and it's like, you know, it's, if you want to see that version of it, that exists for all to see, and we all love it and know it. And here's a new take. I look at it as like kind of like a cover song.
Yeah.
You know, so it's sort of that kind of thing.
Why do you think, I'm just thinking about Mad Men for a second, because that was such just a gigantic hit. What was it? Do you think it was the timing? Why was it that thing hit so hard?
I think that there are synchronicities and kind of things that happen at the right time, and we happen to be telling that story at a kind of an inflection point in American culture and things like that, where it was just received, you know, in the way it was
Twitter
intended.
was just starting, like Twitter, a lot of things were just starting.
Instagram, all of those things came of age during our show, and so the culture of the time was shifting, and in the same way, not in the same way, but in a similar way that the culture of the time was shifting in the 60s. And I think that for whatever reason, resonated.
Wow, cool.
Well, before we let you go, I know you can't talk much about it, but you're in the next season of The Morning Show.
Yes.
Just wonder if you've learned anything about morning shows.
Yes,
what
I've
do you
learned
take
that
it away?
I just show up and you guys keep putting me on camera. It's really great.
That's pretty much it.
It's just awesome. I love it. No, I'm very excited to be a part of that, working with Jen Aniston and Reese and Holland Taylor, Billy Crudup, so many,
cast,
Juliana Margulies. I mean, it's really exciting. It's always very nice to be asked to come play in a sandbox that's been so established like theirs, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
Okay. Well, thanks so much to our colleagues Hoda Kotb and Savannah Guthrie for bringing us that interview with John Hamm.
And here's what's trending now. Instagram is doing something about unwanted dirty DMs. The Verge reports the popular platform is working on a filter to keep unsolicited nude pics out of your direct messages. Now, Instagram's parent company Meta says the filter is still in the early stages of development. More information will be released in the coming weeks.
Actress Lori Loughlin is weeks away from shooting her first movie since getting out of federal prison. She will star in the romantic comedy Fall into Winter on the Great American Family Network in January. Loughlin and her husband were one of several wealthy couples busted for bribing their kids' way into colleges.
All right, so we're getting a rare look at fetuses reacting to what their mothers eat, and they're saying, kale, no. Researchers in the UK gave 34 women capsules containing powdered versions of kale. 35 other women took a capsule from a carrot. 20 minutes later, ultrasound showed these photos. Most of the fetuses exposed to the kale-flavored appearing to grimace. But if you look at the fetuses exposed to the carrots, look at that on the right. They appear to be laughing. Critics caution people should not interpret ultrasound images as showing the fetus's happiness or distaste. I think my kid is smiling with the boba tea.
Oh, yeah,
this
for
is
sure.
A boba baby.
That's a boba baby.
All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hi, everyone, and good Friday to you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, September 23rd. Fiona's path striking a blow to Bermuda with 130-mile-per-hour wind gusts, along with pounding rain and surf. The hurricane now taking aim at Nova Scotia in Canada, where they're preparing for 30-foot waves.
Tylenol mystery. 40 years ago, the nation was on edge after 7 people were murdered due to cyanide-laced Tylenol pills. Why the investigation is back in the spotlight decades later.
Off-label shortage, a diabetes drug in short supply after more people have started using it as a weight loss treatment. What's being done to get the drug to diabetics who need it?
And no greater love. A father in a desperate bid to save his daughter's life finds the one doctor who can. The story of their cross-country journey next. Right now, Fiona is barreling towards Canada.
That storm is projected to be historic for our neighbors to the north, making landfall as early as tonight. Fiona swept past Bermuda earlier today with 125-mile-per-hour winds.
Now, even though it's been downgraded to a Category 3, Fiona's fury is still being felt all across the Caribbean. Just take a look at these massive waves in the Atlantic Ocean yesterday, some of them reaching 50 feet high. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now live from St. George, Bermuda. Morgan, what are you seeing right now? I mean, how different are things at this moment from what you saw just this morning?
Yeah, it really is a case of night and day with Fiona striking under the cover of darkness. And here we are, just afternoon, blue sky sunshine. This is how fast this storm is moving. But it really was a far different story overnight. We lost power around 2 a.m. and then left to go down by the water to get a closer look before dawn. Waves crashing ashore, flooding low-lying areas. We do know that one of the big concerns here was the wind. Even though this hurricane was more than 100 miles offshore, we saw power poles that were blocking streets and roads in this area. About a third of the island at one point without power. Crews trying to restore that as quickly as possible. But in the meantime, they're still doing damage assessments. This was a storm that, as it turned its way north towards Canada, even a glancing blow proved to be a real issue for the island of Bermuda. One of the main concerns going into this was the fact that the leaders said that they were afraid people would be complacent because this didn't look to be a direct hit. And even though it was not, we're seeing the aftermath, and it's absolutely a testament to just how serious a storm this is, that more than 100 miles away, it can cause significant power outages, minor flooding, and we're still hearing more reports from officials here on this island, about 600 miles miles off the coast of the Carolinas. Guys?
Morgan, yesterday you were telling us about the infrastructure, how they had really tried to shore up the homes, building homes out of concrete instead of wood. How did those homes hold up?
We've been asking around. As of right now, there's no significant structural damage that we've been told. And as you mentioned, that's because of the construction concrete using the stone here on the island. Right now, there was a concern of some broken windows, but we're not seeing the roofs torn off or the demolished foundation or homes to the foundation that we saw in Puerto Rico and parts of the Dominican Republic. And that is because this really was a glancing blow, but still incredibly serious. Everyone here kind of breathing a cautious sigh of relief at this point in time. They're hoping the power comes back on. And what's frustrating is at this moment, there are still tens of thousands of people in Puerto Rico who not only don't have power, but they don't know when the lights are going to come back on.
You mentioned the not knowing, Morgan. I mean, we're just a few hours away from when Fiona could actually start to hit the shores of Nova Scotia. So what should they be ready for in Canada?
Historic flooding. We are going to be at least expecting a impact there, unlike anything they've seen in recent history. I do know that we're going to be monitoring that situation very closely, but as of right now, hard to believe blue sky sunshine here in Bermuda after such a close call overnight. Guys.
Morgan Chesky, thank you. It is a case that forever changed the way we buy medicine. The Tylenol murders of 1982 left 7 people dead after they took pills that had been laced with potassium cyanide. Back then, the police never arrested or charged anyone with the murders, but now investigators are closer to holding a longtime suspect responsible. CNBC correspondent Perry Russum takes us back.
The Tylenol mystery goes on, and it has touched off one of the most intensive manhunts in Chicago history.
The manhunt starting in 1982.
I really can't play God and tell you, how long it's going to take.
Continues 40 years later. Police are still searching for the person responsible for killing 7 in the Chicago area.
This is a clear-cut example of indiscriminate murder.
The poisonings unleashing a time of terror.
It's just a subconscious feeling.
Tylenol was wiped from shelves after pills were found laced with cyanide, a fast-acting poison that can be deadly.
The FDA is now saying do not take Tylenol of any kind.
In Chicago, more than 1,000 volunteers went door to door warning neighbors. Concern became fear. This woman who was pregnant went to the hospital after taking pills.
Did you get sick afterwards?
No, I was just nervous.
People around here have become even more frightened of what police call a random killer.
This month is the 40th anniversary of the murders. The Chicago Tribune is reporting investigators are working with prosecutors on a now or never chance.
James Lewis wanted for questioning in connection with the poison Tylenol case.
In 1982, James Lewis was arrested, charged and convicted in an extortion plot against Johnson & Johnson, the maker of Tylenol. Prosecutors said after the deaths, Lewis sent a letter to Johnson & Johnson demanding $1 million to stop the killing. Lewis has long denied any responsibility in the murders. The Tribune reports investigators lack physical evidence directly linking Lewis to the crime. They report investigators are describing their findings as a chargeable circumstantial case. Speaking with the Tribune for their story, Lewis again denied being the Tylenol killer.
Our thanks to CNBC correspondent Perry Russum for that report.
Well, the NBA's Boston Celtics have suspended head coach Ime Udoka for the entire upcoming season over reportedly having a relationship with a staff member.
Now, this is the second major disciplinary action in the league in just as many weeks, and it comes after a workplace misconduct investigation involving the owner of the Phoenix Suns. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has been following the latest. Stephanie, first off, this coach was seen largely as a young, rising star. So I imagine this decision didn't come lightly. Why do you think, with so many sort of outstanding questions still out there, that the Celtics were willing to hand down such a stiff penalty?
Well, rising star, guys, and also he took the Celtics to the finals last year.
Big deal.
And it was a big deal, and they weren't really expected to get that far. So you can imagine what had to have happened within that organization to take this guy and the chemistry of this team and suspend him for a full season. And the question is, what happened? The answer is, we actually don't know. And the team is not really saying. There are reports that he had a consensual relationship with a staffer. The team says he violated their policies, and that's why he's being suspended for a year. They held a press conference today where we didn't learn too many more details, but listen to what management had to say.
I personally feel that this is well-warranted and appropriate, backed by substantial research and evidence and facts, and so I'm standing by the decision, and EMA has accepted it.
So, well-warranted and appropriate, he said. There are a lot of details that they have not shared and look like they are unwilling to share.
Because the key mysteries are surrounding that consensual relationship and the policy, what particular policy was violated. And Udoka, as we understand, is engaged, right? So there are a lot of things swirling around in that aspect of it. What have we heard from Coach Udoka himself?
So we reached out to him. He has not responded to our request for comment, but he did give ESPN a statement, which I'll read in part. He says, "I am sorry for putting the team in this difficult situation, and I accept the team's decision." But again, you know, there he is apologizing. Yeah. There are a lot of people in the league, fans of the game, who today are stunned by this.
Yeah, I mean, not just stunned by this. Look at what's happened just in the past couple of weeks. We're talking about the suspended owner of the Phoenix Suns, the Mercury. Now we have this. How is the NBA? I mean, they're usually pretty tight-lipped as an organization. How are they handling all this sort of scandal off the court?
Yeah, look. It's rattled the league significantly, and what happened with the owner of the Phoenix Suns, and he also owns, as you say, the Phoenix Mercury, the WNBA team. Yes. He has said, I'm going to sell both of those teams, and you know what the NBA commissioner said? I think that's probably a good idea.
Wow. All right, great report. Stephanie Goss, thank you so much, Stephanie. We really appreciate it. Yep. Turning now to our Money Minute, stocks took a plunge today, potentially setting the market up for another losing week.
Investors are fearful the Federal Reserve's aggressive rate hikes could lead to a recession. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, it's been a really rocky week for the stock market. Should people be worried about a possible recession at this point?
So, Vicki Morgan, that's the reason why, a big reason why the markets have been selling off as of late. There's growing pessimism on Wall Street that America's central bank will raise rates by too much, that it will actually send the country into an economic downturn, and as a necessary byproduct, really to cool off the fight on inflation. Now, in order to do that, the Federal Reserve is pulling cash out of the financial system by selling things like Treasury bonds. That selling pressure on bonds is lowering their price and raising interest rates. Fears over those rising rates and slower economic growth have now sent the Dow, by the way, below the 30,000 mark. It's now 20% below its record high from earlier this year, which some traders refer to as a bear market. There is, though, one silver lining for consumers. The price of oil has dropped below $80 a barrel for the first time since January. It's falling in anticipation of lower demand as the economy slows down. That means gasoline prices will continue to come down at the pumps, possibly. And then the Super Bowl halftime show will have a new sponsor starting next year. It's Apple Music. We've also been told that Apple is among the companies bidding for the NFL's Sunday Ticket. That's a package that lets fans see every game on Sunday. So Apple, very much in the football game now. Perhaps back over to you guys.
All right, CNBC's Dominic Chu for us. Dom, thank you.
Well, some Americans looking to shed pounds are now turning to a diabetes drug. But the increased demand is creating a new problem inside the craze and its potential dangers straight ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
This is it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah, I love you too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Dieting through medication, there's an unfortunate trend of people using a new medication to help shed their extra pounds. Well, the problem is that the medication is actually meant for people with type 2 diabetes, and now there isn't enough supply left for those who really need it the most. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has more.
TikTok is all over it, and so are some celebrities.
It's being used, I think, widely, not only in Hollywood, but across the general population.
Its brand name, Ozempic, a drug you inject that's meant to regulate insulin and treat type 2 diabetes.
It does improve insulin secretion, so it certainly, in that way, is a treatment for type 2 diabetes.
But now some people are using it to lose weight.
It delays what we call gastric emptying. That's how fast food leaves your stomach, so you feel full longer. And it also controls how full we feel generally, and so people eat less.
While doctors say it may work, taking Ozempic for weight loss is technically off-label. That means a doctor has prescribed it for an issue it's not approved to treat, and that's allowed. But this kind of thing can have consequences in the market. Like now, there's an Ozempic shortage.
But it's part of a larger problem that we have in the United States. We have more than 200 active drug shortages right now.
Michael Gagno is a senior director at a pharmaceutical industry trade group. He says shortages like this one have been an issue for decades.
This has been a chronic problem in the United States. It's gone on for about 20 years, and we've really not done a lot to mitigate the issue.
In a statement to NBC News, the FDA says it's working closely with the manufacturers of semaglutide injection, the generic name for Ozempic, to help address the shortage of these products, and confirms healthcare professionals can choose to prescribe drugs off-label when medically appropriate. The company that makes Ozempic says they do not promote, suggest, or encourage off-label use of their medicines and are committed to fully complying with all applicable U.S. laws. And they say in terms of supply, the combo of incredible demand plus global supply constraints means some disruption in getting Ozempic to patients.
When we were talking essential medications that were required during the pandemic, that would be required for any future emergency response, and we don't have the resiliency in our drug supply chain.
Supply chain issues aside, there's also the cost factor.
The biggest issue with most of them is a barrier to accessing it is cost. They're expensive medications.
Ozempic, according to the drug maker's website, can cost around $1,350 every month.
We were always looking for the magic pill. People are always looking for the magic pill. They'd rather just take a pill and not worry about what they're eating.
That was NBC's Hallie Jackson reporting.
We want to bring in MSNBC medical contributor Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton now to help us break that down. Dr. Hilton, let's start here. What are the risks for people who are taking these drugs and they don't need them for diabetes, they're using them for weight loss?
Right. Well, one of the risks is it literally does alter your natural biology. And if you do not have diabetes, you do not need to take medication that is to support persons who are diabetic. But I think it speaks larger to a systemic problem in the fact that we value, the improvement of fashion over the reduction of fatality, because diabetes is the 7th leading cause of death in the United States of America. People depend on this to literally live. So how do we balance this act of capitalism when we know that the cost of that capitalistic adventure literally means the life of someone else?
Speaking of that, I mean, how about those people with diabetes who need that medication? You're talking about how critical it is. Now they're finding it in short supply. So what's ultimately at stake for them in the day-to-day? I mean, can the government step in and really do anything to help them?
Right. You know, I feel for diabetic persons because we see daily they are literally trying to push legislation that makes insulin affordable. And what do you do when you literally cannot live without a medication?
Right.
That's a problem. And so at this point, it comes to all Americans to say there has to be some type of rules that are followed or put in place that allows for certain life-saving medications and life-saving interventions to not only be affordable, but also accessible, because it's not able to be manipulated by the market to say, if I can use this for the benefit of my body in a way that's not necessary for it to function, but literally just for it to look better, then we have to make those laws and put them in place.
Dr. Tilton, until those laws are put in place, if you are a diabetic patient who cannot get access to your medicine, who should you call? What should you ask your doctor for?
Right. You know, there's a fantastic website that I just want to plug right quick. If you type in Aunt Bertha, which may seem like a very random name, but Aunt Bertha, AuntBertha.com, it literally will bring you to a website that has free and or greatly reduced resources that are available to you, not only in terms of medication, but also financial support.
Aunties always have the answer, don't they?
Aunt Bertha, I love that.
We love to see it.
We're so glad you squeezed that in. MSNBC medical contributor Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton, thank you very much.
Money marked for people in need swindled for personal pleasure. A key official in the Mississippi welfare scandal involving Brett Favre is now pleading guilty. Could it bring investigators one step closer to the Hall of Fame quarterback? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers. Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's a move we've seen from the Republican playbook, busing migrants from border cities up north. Well, now the Democratic mayor of El Paso is following suit. Here's NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley.
We're in El Paso, where tonight city officials say their resources are being pushed to the brink by a record number of migrants, averaging over 1,500 illegal border crossings a day in this area. Migrants sleeping on the streets. Now, the city's Democratic mayor taking a page from some Republican governors, sending more than 3,400 migrants on daily buses to cities like New York and Chicago.
We had a huge increase. When you have a huge increase, then you need to continue to adapt.
Though unlike the Republican governors, he's giving cities notice.
Are you getting enough support from the Biden administration?
I've been over to Washington and I've been able to talk to them. And no, the biggest thing we need is decompression.
But Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas taking aim at the governors who are transporting migrants without any notice.
When a governor acts unilaterally and refuses to coordinate with other government officials, that is when problems arise. And that is when we deplore political stuntsmanship, when we're dealing with the lives of vulnerable individuals.
While Republicans blame President Biden's policies, a top administration border official is blaming Congress.
Congress really needs to take action. But I think people across the country should know that it's not chaos here.
Bobby Garcia is a pastor at a local church in El Paso. He and other church leaders have been offering a helping hand the last few days, but admits they need more help.
It's like a glass of water. When it's at capacity, then what happens? It starts spilling out. You know what? And the water's going to make a mess.
Is it time for other cities to share part of that burden?
It's been time, man.
But with Border Patrol and local shelters over capacity, immigration officials here have released nearly 1,300 migrants onto the street in the past 2 weeks. We witnessed roughly 100 being dropped off by the city at a nearby hotel. We met Jenny, who told us she has no money, nothing to eat, and nothing to wear besides the clothes on her back. She is one of so many Venezuelans without family or sponsors to take them in. And we came across these migrants with Border Patrol just after crossing from Mexico.
Who's from Venezuela? Venezuela.
Tonight, many residents telling us the border crisis has become too much to handle.
How do you feel about your mayor sending them on buses to those cities?
Well, kind of sad because I don't know what else he can do, because he can only handle so much.
As you heard, many residents here in El Paso do have compassion for these migrants, but they support their mayor's decision to send them to other destinations. He doesn't see it as a political statement like those Republican governors, but a humanitarian mission, helping these people, many of them Venezuelans who don't have a family member or a sponsor in the United States, get to another city for free where they can hopefully use those cities' resources to find a better future. And we've also spoken to border officials who say in recent weeks they've seen as many as 600 migrants gathered together here on the border. And officials are worried those numbers could grow.
Our thanks to NBC's Julia Ainsley for that report.
New York City has a new plan to house asylum seekers who are arriving in the city. Melissa Russo from our NBC station in New York has this report.
With its unique right to shelter, the city has struggled to meet its legal mandate. City Hall today announced it will redirect the incoming busloads of migrants away from homeless shelters, at least temporarily, and into some new relief centers. It says will look something like this. The first one in the Bronx will consist of 5 tents, and it'll be constructed in the next few weeks here in the Orchard Beach parking lot. This is how the city envisions the relief center looking inside for about 1,000 single adults. And while they say families will have a different setup, the Adams administration was short on details. Local laws restrict the city from housing families with children in large congregate settings like this one. Mayor Adams said in a prepared statement, this is not an everyday homelessness crisis, but a humanitarian crisis that requires a different approach.
Next, the push to win over one of the fastest growing groups of voters. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Making news right now. It's a rare sight. Hurricane Fiona now barreling towards Canada, and now Category 3 storm battered Bermuda with heavy rain and 125-mile-per-hour sustained winds just earlier today. Meanwhile, the Canadian Hurricane Center is predicting that Fiona will reach Nova Scotia later on.
A new poll from a super PAC that supports Joe Biden showing some good and bad news for the president. In 3 battleground states, Biden has slightly raised his overall approval rating to 45%. But voters in those states disapprove of his handling in 3 key areas: the economy, healthcare, and public safety.
And as monkeypox cases continue to decline nationally, White House officials are hopeful that the virus can be eliminated here in the United States. But those officials also caution that until the virus is wiped out globally, Americans will still be at risk.
All right, well, the midterm elections are less than 50 days away. Battleground state races are heating up as Republicans fight to take back power in Washington.
Well, their target is Latino voters. States like Nevada could very well determine control of the U.S. Senate. So NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now to break everything down. Hey there, Guad, tell us more.
Morgan, Vicki, well, both Republicans and Democrats are fighting for this Latino vote. They know it's essential. We expect about 1 million Latino voters to cast the ballot in the midterms. And of course, you look at Nevada, you've got a Latina senator looking to get reelected with the Democrats, and the Republicans who say the Latino vote will be key for them to flip the state.
We're going to take back Nevada!
Less than 50 days to the midterms, Latino voters are more coveted than ever, including right here in battleground Nevada, where they're expected to make up 1 out of every 5 voters. Republicans optimistic, with more Latinos shifting to the GOP in 2020. Washoe County resident Cindy Martinez says she's voting Republican this year, blaming Democrats for soaring inflation and a weakening economy.
I have to pay more to fill my tank, and I don't have enough to feed my family. That's not a political issue. That is a survival issue.
Republicans proudly tout Mayra Flores, a Latina Republican who recently won a Democratic-held House seat in largely Hispanic South Texas. Jesus Marquez is organizing Latinos behind GOP Senate candidate Adam Laxalt.
Latinos are mad. They're angry at the Democratic Party.
though Republicans still have their work cut out for them. One poll showing Democrats lead by 24 points nationally among Hispanic voters. Economic issues, their top voting concern. In Nevada, the race for Senate is a toss-up. Democrats' hopes resting on incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto, the only Latina ever elected to the Senate.
Why are more Latinos preferring the Republicans now? What is happening in Nevada?
I can only tell you what I know in Nevada, and the Latinos that I talk to may be different than the Latinos you're talking to, is that they are looking for somebody that understands the challenges that they're facing and is going to fight for them.
And Democrats in Nevada can count on the backing of a key union.
Here in Nevada, canvassers with the Culinary Workers Union are going out into the neighborhoods to talk to registered voters, including Latinos, about the midterm elections. They plan to knock on over 1 million doors statewide before Election Day.
Democrat union member Jolene Reyes helped canvass in the 90-degree heat.
If the Republicans get into office, they're going to overturn our rights in this state, which we've always had our rights as females to do what we want with our bodies.
Yet the GOP needs just a small shift among Latinos to make big midterm gains. All eyes set on the Latino vote.
We will definitely be watching closely. Guad, you talked to voters there in Nevada who switched sides. What are they telling you about what's making them change their minds?
Vicky, so I've been talking to voters in Nevada for almost a year now. Now, it's a reality that Republicans did gain ground in the last presidential election, and a lot of Latino voters say they are upset because of the economy. They're upset because of the way Democrats responded to the pandemic in Nevada. But I should be clear and say that almost every Latino voter that I spoke to who has voted Democrat say they are not sure how they will vote moving forward. So they still haven't made up their mind, which is why we see Nevada as a toss-up, Vicky.
They got 50 days. NBC's Guad Venegas. Thank you, Guad.
Well, speaking of those midterm elections, Vicky, they're obviously on the horizon. One issue is a weight on many Americans' shoulder, and of course, that's student loan debt. But how are students at historically black colleges and universities thinking about this issue and really attempting to navigate debt, all while trying to really establish their own, oftentimes first-time generational wealth? With us now is MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee as part of the ongoing series, The Power of the Black Vote. Tremaine's HBCU tour has led him to North Carolina Central University. Tremaine, welcome to the great state of North Carolina. What are you hearing from the students down there?
Thank you, Morgan. I know you have a lot of love for your hometown, so it's good to be here. I know you're not from Durham, you're from Greensboro, right?
That's right, you got it. Don't get a Greensboro girl confused, Tremaine.
That's right, that's right. As you know, in so many ways, North Carolina is one of the ground zeros in the student loan crisis. Of the $1.75 trillion that Americans owe, North Carolinians borrowers owe $49.2 million. And that's even more acute when it comes to black borrowers. So we wanted to come down here and talk to folks who are wrestling with the debt and how that might be shaping the way they're going into the polls headed towards the midterms. Let's take a listen.
Growing up, Jonah Vincent always knew he was going to college.
Everyone in my family, on my mom's side, they all went to Southern in Baton Rouge. My dad went to college, my uncles all went to college on my dad's side.
It's family tradition, but also so much more. For African Americans, higher education is a rebuke of a history that legally barred black folks from learning to read or write, let alone go to college. So Jonah pursued 2 degrees, both from historically black colleges. But now, a decade after graduating, Jonah, who works for a nonprofit, still owes $120,000 in student loans that he can't afford to pay, especially as a new dad.
I'm looking at her and I'm like, man, she can be anything that she wants to be. And as soon as I said it to myself, I'm like, oh man, can we afford to put her through college?
Because black students arrive on campus with less wealth than their white peers, they tend to take out more and bigger loans for the same degrees. And they'll owe about $7,400 more than their white counterparts at graduation. It's one reason Jonah founded NoCap, an organization that mobilizes black students, especially on HBCU campuses, around pivotal issues like canceling student loan debt.
Specifically for black people, it looks like modern day sharecropping. We'll give you the opportunity to become something, but in order for you to do that, you got to borrow this from us, and it's going to travel through your family for the rest of your time if you never pay us off.
We visited his alma mater, North Carolina Central University, to talk to current students like Marquay Spencer Gibbs, who owes $38,000, and Heaven Smith, who owes $100,000, about the debt they face.
So there was no college fund for you?
There wasn't a fund, but there wasn't any, like, oh, I'm not gonna help you pay for it.
I wonder if this issue would make you change who you're voting for.
It definitely will be a major factor in my decision, but there are definitely other factors as well.
President Biden announced a student debt relief plan that the White House says could impact 43 million Americans and eliminate debt for 20 million people.
It's about opportunity. It's about giving people a fair shot.
It's the fulfillment of a campaign promise, but for these students, it's not enough.
It's cute, like, thanks, but what's next? Because 20,000 on 100 is, what's that doing?
Despite the heavy burden of student loan debt, these students are determined to pursue their dreams, no matter what.
Jermaine, that was hard, hearing that guy say that, you know, he felt like this was almost modern-day sharecropping. I mean, there's something that hits about that analogy. I mean, what is North Carolina Central specifically doing to help offset some costs for students? And is it just incumbent on the universities to help solve the problem?
That's right. Certainly, so much of this is tied up in the racial wealth gap and the systemic kind of racism that we've experienced for generations and generations. But at least here at North Carolina Central University, they've been able to use some of their pandemic relief funds to help kind of lessen the burden on some of the debt owed by their students. And that was the question. Is it a matter of the government stepping in, or is it the university stepping in? They said the universities could at least do a better job of explaining the entire process so they're armed with the information at least.
Yeah, I'm so glad you really gave us the context there, because these are students who are not asking for a handout. They're asking for the ability to just work hard and compete in this economy. MSNBC correspondent Tremaine Lee for us there. Tremaine, thank you.
Well, Mississippi's welfare spending scandal involving retired NFL player Brett Favre is turning criminal. The former director of the state's Department of Human Services pled guilty Thursday to federal fraud charges in this case. John Davis now faces up to 15 years in prison for allegedly directing $70 million away from the neediest families in Mississippi. Joining us now is NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, now that Davis has pleaded guilty to these federal charges, what do we expect in terms of his cooperation with the government and potentially implicating other very famous people in this case?
Good afternoon, Vicki. Yeah, this is a major development in this case. There's been a long-running FBI investigation in parallel with state investigations and state prosecutions. This is the first federal indictment, and John Davis is a big fish. He ran the welfare agency, and he has agreed to cooperate. And we've already seen text messages between John Davis and the former governor of the state and Brett Favre, the former NFL quarterback, about projects that Favre wanted state money for. John Davis was a witness to a lot of that conduct, and so his cooperation is going to be very important, and the ultimate sentence that he serves will be contingent on how much cooperation he provides. So the feds have huge leverage over him, Vicki. It's a big deal.
Ken, Brett Favre, as you mentioned, he's maintained all along he didn't know where this money came from. You reported on text messages that indicate otherwise. So where do things currently stand with Favre and this investigation?
We know that he was interviewed some time ago by the FBI. We have no indication that he is currently a target of a criminal investigation. But as you said, those text messages that we reported on recently emerged that show that, while Favre continues to insist he didn't know this was federal welfare money, he certainly knew that this was coming from the welfare agency in Mississippi that caters to poor people, in the poorest state in the nation, Vicki, where it's really hard to get welfare money. So big questions about exactly what Favre knew and whether he has culpability. We'll just have to wait and see.
All right. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And thank you, Ken.
You bet.
In today's mental health check, how can you help a friend or family member who is struggling? We'll talk about it straight ahead. More NBC News Daily right after this.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah, I love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a story that will warm your heart. Crossing the country for a cure. One father flying coast to coast to get his daughter a life-saving surgery. Now he's sharing his story and saying thank you to the doctor who told him to take the chance. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Llamas with our report.
In late 2020, the Grajales family from New York faced a startling diagnosis. Their daughter, Haley, had an AVM, a tangle of blood vessels in her brain, and one had burst, requiring emergency surgery.
So she was at risk the whole entire time after that procedure was done to have another rupture.
With the risk of another rupture high, Dad Andres did his own research to find a specialist neurosurgeon. He found one. The problem? The doctor was thousands of miles away in the Bay Area.
They wanted to get their child cured as soon as possible.
That neurosurgeon, Dr. Adib Abla at UCSF Health.
We got on a Zoom call with him, and right away he gave us the confidence to say, you know, what are you waiting for? I'm here, come.
So without a surgery scheduled, without knowing if insurance would even pay, Haley's family flew from New York to San Francisco to see Dr. Abla.
You ready for this? You ready?
That cross-country trip paying off. The surgery was a success. And now, more than a year later, Haley and her dad flying across the country again.
Remember when we first came?
Participating in the Aneurysm and AVM Foundation Walk.
The view is so pretty here.
Yeah.
Sharing their story.
It was very scary when it ruptured.
And reuniting with a doctor who told them to take a chance and help save Haley's life.
It's crazy. I don't even know how to put it in words, but I'm grateful for him.
It is a great amount of satisfaction to know that we do have the capabilities and the personnel and the expertise here to tackle cases that aren't being tackled elsewhere.
NBC's Tom Llamas, thank you for that story. Now, September is National Suicide Prevention Month.
In our mental health check this week, we want to shine a light on this crisis so that you can best help yourself or a loved one who may be struggling.
Joining us now is Nero Feliciano. She is a psychotherapist and author and a friend of the show. Thank you for being here. One thing I want to clear up right now is people sometimes say talking about suicide is bad. You talk about it, it makes people more likely. That is a myth, right? And then tell us about the signs and symptoms we should all be aware of.
Absolutely a myth. Our research tells us when we
we ask about it, we actually prevent it because we're bringing the conversation out into the open. Many different signs, and it's really a convergence of mental health factors plus stressors. So people who are depressed, anxious, bipolar are at higher risk, but also we want to look at the stress factors: prolonged stress, relationship stress, work stress, life crisis events, divorce, financial stress, death in the family, and family history. Those are all risk factors for suicidality.
When we talk about a lot of these risk factors or even just warning signs, they can look differently in very young people and older adults. How do the symptoms or the signs differ?
So one thing to know about young people is they have this natural impulsivity that mimics bipolar. Their decisions are led by emotions, where adults, we have the ability to rationalize. So with adults, we may notice withdrawing from family and friends. That's true with kids, isolating, depressed mood. But also with adults, we'll notice them giving away things, saying goodbye. It's a little bit more planned. Where with kids, it's more impulsive. But we also want to look at people who've been under high pressure, kids in high pressure environments, feeling like it's hard to cope, not sleeping. All of these things are warning signs that we want to be aware of.
Nora, we have about a minute left, but you know, it's one thing to recognize the signs in someone and encourage them to get help. What if you're sitting at home and you recognize these signs in yourself, but you don't have the motivation to get help? What should you do?
Talk to someone who you know cares about you, who is empathetic. We now have a national suicide and crisis hotline, 988. Call. You're not alone. It feels like you're at the bottom, but we can help you through this. And connecting with support is the most important way and most effective to bring yourself out of it.
Nora Feliciano, thank you so very much. If you or someone you know is struggling, please do call or text the Suicide and Crisis Hotline. That is at the numbers there on your screen. 988 is the simplest one.
And help is always available. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning, Al.
Good morning, welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
32 states now have book banning laws, and classic titles are being removed from school libraries across the country. But one teacher in Oklahoma is determined to get her students access. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has the story.
This is a book that my students may no longer have access to.
Summer Boimier was an English teacher in Oklahoma until just a few weeks ago. On the first day of school, her students found covered bookshelves.
I had written on top of the red paper books the state doesn't want you to read.
Summer's solution came from almost 1,500 miles away. She gave her students a QR code to access Brooklyn's public library.
We have over 500,000 items that are available.
Linda Johnson, the CEO of Brooklyn's library, oversees the Books Unbanned program.
How many people have been able to use this resource?
Since we started this program, over 5,000 cards have been issued. We've circulated over 25,000 items from our collections to people outside of Brooklyn who have asked for the electronic card.
And the library has received hundreds of messages of support.
My small town barely has anything worth reading. I am 14, and they're looking to ban Catcher in the Rye and Harry Potter and any books that deal with LGBTQ communities.
Oklahoma banned 43 books in the past year. 1,648 unique titles have been banned nationwide since July 2021. And of the 32 states with book banning laws in schools, Texas ranks first with 801 books, according to PEN America.
So many of these books can provide important mirrors for many of our students who, may come from these communities, who may be questioning gender identity, and they're not reflected in a lot of the classic kind of traditional curriculum.
Summer says her school district couldn't provide her the support or resources she needed to do her job, so she quit. The state secretary of education released a statement saying, in part, providing access to banned and pornographic material to students is unacceptable, and he's seeking to remove her teaching license in Oklahoma. Heather's a parent in Summer's school district and supported Summer giving access to banned books.
I worry about the long-term effects of the reputation of students coming out of Oklahoma. What are college boards going to think about allowing students that come from Oklahoma into their schools?
What advice do you have for other teachers and librarians who are going through the same thing? Continue to make that necessary trouble and that good trouble, whatever that looks like for you. Midterms are in November. Vote.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
Be sure to tune in for Sunday Today. Willie Guy sits down with singer, songwriter, and EGOT winner John Legend. The hitmaker is finishing up his 8th studio album entitled Legend. John gave Willie a little background on wife Chrissy Teigen's new favorite song and how it helped them both get through a tough time.
Does Chrissy have a favorite song on the new album?
Yes, Stardust.
Your vast like the ocean.
She's had a long time with that song, and it was as we were going through a really tough period in our family. We had lost a baby recently, and it was just a tough time for us.
You are made of stardust. The universe inside you.
And that song was very healing and very inspiring for her and for us as a family. And I think that will always be her favorite.
Ooh. Again, you can catch Willie's interview with John Legend this Sunday at 8 a.m. Eastern on Sunday Today. Here's what's trending right now. Legendary composer John Williams could make Oscars history if he's nominated for Best Original Score for The Fabelmans. The 90-year-old will be the oldest nominee in the Academy Awards' 94-year history. Williams already has 5 Oscars for his work on movies like Star Wars and E.T.
And Instagram is doing something about those unwanted dirty DMs. The Verge reports the popular platform is working on a filter to keep unsolicited nude pictures out of your direct messages. Now, Instagram's parent company company Meta says the filter is still in the early stages of development, but that more information will be released in the coming weeks.
Actress Lori Loughlin is weeks away from shooting her first movie after getting out of federal prison. She will star in the romantic comedy Fall into Winter on the Great American Family Network in January. Loughlin and her husband served time for bribing college officials to get their daughters into elite schools.
I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, September 23rd, 2022. Breaking news, Category 4. Hurricane Fiona just upgraded, on the move and headed north, where it's expected to hit, and the new system taking shape in the Atlantic right now.
Benched. The Boston Celtics suspend their head coach for an alleged affair. How he's responding to that decision.
Voting sham. Kremlin-orchestrated voting underway right now in occupied parts of Ukraine. What President Putin is hoping to accomplish and how the West is responding.
And feeling the heat. Winter is coming, which means so are those expensive energy bills. What you can do to help lower your home heating costs. It is 11 a.m. in Seattle, 1 p.m. in San Antonio, and 2 p.m. here in New York. Welcome to NBC News Daily.
We begin with breaking news once again. Canada bracing for what could be the strongest storm to ever hit that country's eastern coastline. Hurricane Fiona on the move at this hour. Now a Category 4 storm. It's expected to make landfall sometime over the next 24 hours.
Now, Fiona hit Bermuda overnight with torrential rain and whipping wind. It wasn't a direct hit, and the damage wasn't as bad as feared. Still, nearly 30,000 people are without power. That's almost half the island's population. Leading us off this hour, Maggie Vespa in Canada, Ellison Barber in Puerto Rico, and meteorologist Bill Cairns timing it all out for us. Maggie, first to you there in Canada. A hurricane is pretty rare for that part of the world, for Canada. How are people there preparing for Fiona?
Sure, Aaron, Kate. So safe to say they're battening down the hatches, to use a cheesy phrase, frankly, like never before, which includes in this tourist town, shutting down this boardwalk later on today, also cutting off public transit. We have a ferry just behind us pulling into the harbor here. That goes back and forth between Halifax and Dartmouth. That's normal public transit here. That's stopping later on today. A lot of this, local officials say, they can't remember having happened in recent history or with the boardwalk, frankly, ever, when it comes to a hurricane hitting this part of the country. And people around here also basically panic buying groceries, getting ready to to stay in their homes without power for as much as 2-3 days on end. Earlier today, we spoke to the mayor, and here's part of what he had to say.
Really importantly, people shouldn't do dumb things. That may sound self-evident, but don't go to the water and try to be a big shot. Don't surf. We've got surfing here that's great, but don't surf in a hurricane, and don't go to Peggy's Cove. Pay attention to your own health, and it's not just yourself, but folks may be called upon to rescue you, and that takes efforts away from other things. So
the mayor obviously nervous about the repercussions of this storm, again slated to hit the eastern coast of Canada here tomorrow morning. And a lot of people telling us earlier today, one woman saying, we've been through this before. It's not common, but we've been through it. And she said, even though this isn't our first rodeo, we're scared. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Maggie, I have a feeling I'm going to be checking in with you all weekend long. Let's go to Ellison now. Ellison, you're back in Puerto Rico, where the cleanup effort is still underway. We're 6 days since Fiona hit. Nearly 1 million people without power. Is that right? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, a significant portion of the island still without power. As you said, about 1 million businesses and homes still do not have lights. This is just one neighborhood that was hit particularly hard. You see here the cleanup efforts that are already underway. A lot of this is just local people who live in the area coming out, bringing different equipment to push dirt, get some of it out of the way so they can try and get a little bit back on their feet. I want to show you some of the destruction here, because this, again, just one neighborhood in Puerto Rico dealing with this. This home, when the river raised and the waters rushed in, it just collapsed, creating this massive, massive sinkhole. This house was brand new. The couple who lives here, they tell us that they were home when the hurricane came, when their house started to seem unstable and shaky. They evacuated, so they're safe, but they have nothing left. Puerto Rican officials just held a press conference saying that they will have close to full power back on the island within days. They say it will be days, not weeks or months, but I got to tell you, people that we have spoken to here, they are not confident that that will happen. They are hoping that it's true, but they feel like they really haven't seen enough cleanup, enough help to feel confident that the power will even be back on. Aaron,
well,
Kate.
We do hope for some big changes there soon. Ellison, Barbara Forrest in Puerto Rico, Maggie Vestman in Canada. Thank you both.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, not only do we have Fiona that we're talking about, we have another storm taking shape that, as I understand it, could hit Florida.
That's the forecast right now. Major Category 3 hurricane into Florida Tuesday, Wednesday. So we could have 2 huge storms hitting North America in the next 4 to 5 days. So let's first get to the new one, Tropical Depression 9. This one is in the central Caribbean. And here's the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. It's going to remain kind of weak. Should be a tropical storm tomorrow into Sunday. But once it gets into the western Caribbean, this is when the storm will explode over very warm water. We expect rapid intensification as it's going near Cuba, over western Cuba, and then heading towards Florida late Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. We don't know yet if a landfall would be up there north of Tampa, or if it would be Fort Myers, or it would be Naples, or down towards Key West, or maybe even Miami. We'll iron that out in the days ahead, but this is your weekend to do your preparations, have your evacuation plans necessary in case you get those orders. And then how about this? A Category 4 storm this far to the north. I mean, it's almost the same. If you went due east, you'd hit New York City. That's how high in latitude it is. And this is going to make landfall tomorrow morning. Devastating storm for the Canadian Maritimes.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
The Boston Celtics are moving forward without their head coach just weeks before the new season tips off. The team suspending Ime Udoka for the entire season for violations of team policies. The Athletic reporting that he made unwanted comments to a female staffer after having an improper relationship with her. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is joining us now. Steph, the Celtics leadership spoke to reporters today. What are they saying about these allegations now?
Well, Aaron, not much, and they haven't said much since they made this announcement. All they would say is that Coach Udoka violated their policies. That's as specific as they would get, and they didn't elaborate on that today. ESPN has reported, as have some other outlets, that he had a consensual relationship with a staffer on the team. But they were asked today, management, if this was too severe a punishment, and also to respond to some of the speculation that's been swirling on social media about who this staffer may be. Listen to what they had to say.
We have a lot of talented women in our organization, and I thought yesterday was really hard on them. We, as an organization, have a responsibility to make sure we're there to support them now, because a lot of people were dragged unfairly into that.
As far as the penalty, they say it is appropriate given the facts that they learned over the course of their investigation this summer.
And Steph, what about the coach here? Is Udoka saying anything about this suspension?
We reached out to him. He did not respond directly to us, but he did give ESPN a statement, which I'll read to you. In part, he says, I want to apologize to our players, fans, the entire Celtics organization, and my family for letting them down. I am sorry for putting the team in this difficult situation, and I accept the team's decision. But you can imagine what a shock this is for fans and the league itself. I mean, this is a coach that led them to the finals unexpectedly last season, and now he is being benched for the entire season.
All right, Stephanie Gosk with us today. Steph, thanks.
The U.S. and Western nations calling it a sham. People living in occupied regions of Ukraine are voting today on a that vote is being run by the Kremlin. 4 regions will cast their ballots through Tuesday, I should say. The results are all but guaranteed to go Moscow's way. NBC News correspondent Jay Gray is in Kyiv for us. Jay, Putin has indicated that he's going to use the results of these votes today to justify taking over territory for Russia. What are people living in Ukraine and the government there saying about all this?
Yeah, and Kate, I think it's important to outline how this vote is being taken. They've got mobile, makeshift polling centers, but a lot of these ballots are being taken by soldiers going door to door. What you hear from the region is that people are fearful, but also reluctant not to vote at this point. There are reports that there are Russian officials keeping a list of those who vote no against the referenda, and not clear exactly what they intend to do with that, but you would understand why that makes some of those voting fearful. As you talked about, Kyiv calls this an illegitimate sham vote. They say it will not do anything to dissuade the counteroffensive, that it will keep going full speed. And Western leaders are echoing the idea that this is not a valid election.
And Jay, there's also a disturbing new report from a United Nations panel that finds Russian troops committed war crimes. It's a little graphic. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it's horrific what they are reporting and what they say they found through evidence and interviews. Let's get right to what the report says. It outlines, quote, cases in which children have been raped, tortured, and unlawfully confined. Children have also been killed and injured in indiscriminate attacks with explosive weapons. There are reports of executions across the entire occupied region. There are reports that relatives have been forced to witness these crimes, and ages of the victims in those sexual and gender-based violence cases, 4 to 82 years old. Kate, the UN investigation is continuing.
That's just horrific. Jay, thank you.
We're following some breaking news now from Wall Street. The Dow Jones plunging 600 points. It is now in bear market territory. Let's bring in CNBC's Bertha Coombs now to talk a little bit more about what happened here. Bertha, what led to the free fall today? We saw the markets open lower, and now we're in bear territory.
Yeah, bear market territory means that we're down 20% from our highs. That's sort of a technical term. But there have been sort of bearish, which is to say negative sentiment all week and for weeks now. Part of it is we had our central bank, the Federal Reserve, raise rates, and we've seen that across the world as well, as they all try to tamp down on inflation. But then at the same time, out of Britain, you've got the new government there saying that they're going to put through the biggest tax cut anyone's seen there since 1972, and they're going to finance it with debt, which is probably not going to help with any fight in terms of inflation. The market really kind of spooked by that and really worried that we are pushing toward a recession here in the months ahead.
All right, Bertha Coombs helping us understand what's happening with the markets today from CNBC. Bertha, thank you. And stay with us. Coming up, a renewed effort to crack the case of the so-called Tylenol murders. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, 4 decades ago, Tylenol capsules laced with cyanide were linked to the deaths of 7 people around Chicago. It caused a worldwide panic.
Yeah, those incidents changed the way everything from food to medicine is packaged, but a suspect was never caught. Now investigators are hoping to pursue new charges in this case. Here's NBC's Kathy Park.
We don't know the extent of the contaminations.
In September 1982, widespread panic reached the medicine cabinets of millions of Americans.
A capsule of Tylenol was laced with cyanide.
7 people between 12 and 35 years old died after ingesting extra-strength Tylenol capsules laced with cyanide and sold at stores in the Chicago suburbs.
The Food and Drug Administration is now urging consumers nationwide to stop taking Tylenol.
No one has ever been charged with the murders, though a decades-long investigation has centered around then 36-year-old James Lewis. Lewis admitted to the FBI that he sent an extortion letter to Tylenol's parent company, Johnson & Johnson, at the time. Now the Chicago Tribune reports it has obtained video and thousands of documents which outline law enforcement's current case and even what they believe is a motive for the killings. That evidence has not been reviewed by NBC News. Stacey St. Clair is one of the Tribune's reporters who spoke to a number of law enforcement sources close to the investigation.
Only one person has been described to us as the target currently, and that's Lewis. Correct.
Among the key findings, according to the Tribune, technological advancements allowed investigators to determine the postmark date on Lewis's extortion letter. In it, he wrote, "As you can see, it is easy to place cyanide into capsules sitting on store shelves," and demanded $1 million be wired to a bank account if you want to stop the killing. The newly outlined timeline suggests Lewis wrote the letter before the public knew the deaths were linked to tainted Tylenol pills. Still, Lewis, who is now 76, has long denied any involvement in the murders and has never been charged. As part of an ongoing investigative podcast, reporters with the Chicago Tribune were able to track Lewis down last month.
Do you have any theories
I think that's fairly obvious.
That's me.
Ladies, you've ever asked whether someone before you did anything to do with it?
Illinois State Police tell NBC News the investigation is ongoing and that the department was involved in follow-up efforts this summer, but no new charges have been filed.
NBC News reached out to James Lewis. We have not yet heard back, but Johnson & Johnson did issue this statement overnight, which reads in part, "Our highest responsibility has always been the health and safety of our consumers. While this tragic incident remains unsolved, this event resulted in important industry improvements to patient safety measures, including the creation of tamper-resistant packaging." So the next time you purchase over-the-counter medication, you'll know that the packaging really stems from what happened here in Chicago 4 decades ago. Back to you.
All right, Kathy Park, thank you. We're following breaking news involving Congressman Matt Gaetz.
The Washington Post is reporting the Florida Republican will not face charges related to sex trafficking allegations. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney is joining us now. So, Ken, walk us through the backstory here and what led prosecutors to this decision.
Good afternoon, Aaron and Kate. Well, the Washington Post is reporting that prosecutors say they can't be sure a jury will believe the 2 central witnesses in the case, the woman at issue in the investigation and a former Gaetz friend who has pleaded guilty. Now, the Post didn't offer details about concerns with the woman, who prosecutors believe was 17 the first time she met Gaetz. But the friend, Joel Greenberg, is a former county tax collector in Florida who pleaded guilty last year to a host of serious crimes as part of a cooperation deal with authorities. Greenberg admitted to 6 criminal charges, including sex trafficking of a child, aggravated identity theft, and wire fraud. And as part of that deal, he acknowledged fabricating allegations against a school teacher who was running against him to be a tax collector. Greenberg had sent letters to the school teacher falsely claiming the teacher had an inappropriate sexual relationship with a student. Now, that's obviously a similar allegation to the one he's making in the Gaetz case, and prosecutors worried it would undermine his credibility as a witness, guys.
Ken, can I ask, has there been any response to this? This is very developing news, but from Congressman Gaetz?
Nothing so far from Gaetz, and the Justice Department has declined to comment. Last week, the Post reported that Gaetz sought a preemptive pardon from then-President Trump shortly before Trump left office, so he clearly was very concerned with this investigation. Kate.
All right, Ken Delaney in for us with that breaking news. Thank you. A scare in the air sparking an emergency landing still ahead. What happened and how the plane was safely navigated back to the ground. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
A new investigation of Philadelphia Police Department data shows the agency dumped crimes at Disney World for years.
For more than a decade, if officers made a typo or they couldn't record a precise location for a crime, they would tag it to the Florida theme park. Here's Danny Freeman with our NBC station in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia is struggling with certain types of crime these days. Homicides, shootings, and carjackings are all on the rise. But we wanted to know more. We examined crime data for the past 6 years in Philadelphia. Nearly 1 million entries from aggravated assaults to car thefts. But after looking at the numbers, we found something out of place. So we decided to track it down.
Never thought I'd travel this far for a Philly crime story.
And it took a plane, a cab, and a train to see it for ourselves.
There was one place that has recorded more Philadelphia crime than any other spot in the city, and that place is Disney World.
The happiest place on earth, somehow the most dangerous place for Philadelphia crime.
Haven't seen one Philly police officer yet.
The NBC 10 investigators found that for years, when the police made a typo or couldn't get an accurate location for a crime, the department moved the crime to Disney World. The theme park became a dumping ground for inaccurate data, which led to more than 5,000 Philadelphia crimes in the past 6 years, plotted here in Fantasyland. No other location had more recorded Philadelphia crime.
Since 2016, just past Cinderella's castle, Philadelphia police have recorded at least 16 arsons, 133 DUIs, 298 auto thefts, and 50 homicides, including the murder of Shanika Crawford's son.
The pain never goes away or never gets better. You just have to learn how to live with it.
North Philadelphia's Shanika Crawford lost her son, Shaquille Barbour, to gun violence last year. He was shot more than a dozen times, and his killer has not been caught. But because police recorded the address of the shooting as 1700 North 68th Street instead of 1700 68th Avenue, Shaquille's murder was moved to Disney World.
What goes through your mind when you hear that?
It's hurtful. He got murdered on the street in Philadelphia.
How do you think crime victims or family members of crime victims might feel if they knew that their worst moments were mapped at Disney World?
Well, I can't really speak to how another person might think or feel. I'm not aware of that. So as far as we're concerned, this was an innocuous location that we chose.
Kevin Thomas is the director of research and analysis for the Philadelphia Police Department. He said the choice to map these crimes at Disney was made more than a decade ago, before he got into the position.
In no way was this meant to be in any way humorous, or it was just an innocuous location chosen within the U.S. that would obviously not have anything to do with Philadelphia whatsoever.
It conveys the wrong message that a police department doesn't really care.
Robert Kane leads Drexel University's Criminology and Justice Studies. He explained it's not uncommon for police departments to have to deal with inaccurate crime data. But it is uncommon to choose a default location like Disney World. The industry standard is to pick a spot in the middle of the ocean.
I don't think you would want your crime or a crime committed against somebody close to you kind of minimized by the very agency that's supposed to be investigating and trying to make it right.
Thomas with the police noted of the millions of crimes reported for more than 10 years, only 2% were mapped in Fantasyland. But 5 months after the NBC 10 investigators started asking about this years-long practice, something changed. The Disney data disappeared.
After you had requested a discussion about this, we've actually gone through a process of changing that.
The bad data has been removed from Disney and relocated in the Atlantic Ocean. The happiest place on Earth, no longer a hotspot for Philadelphia crime. For the investigators, Danny Freeman, NBC 10 News.
It's hard because you realize that these things happen and they impact real people's real lives. Yeah. And whether it's Disneyland or the ocean, you have to wonder how that's going to affect.
That's the thing I'm taking away here is I didn't realize that when they don't have a location, they're mapping it to the ocean. That's the typical way to do this?
Still seems strange, right?
Strange, yeah.
Well, an unruly passenger attacks a flight attendant mid-air all over a first-class seat. Gonna have more for you. You're watching NBC News.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big. When we're talking about November,
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. A former police officer from the Chicago suburbs has been charged with murder. Dante Salinas shot into a car in Waukegan back in 2020. He killed a 19-year-old black man and seriously wounded the man's girlfriend. Salinas is now being charged with second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. A high school football player in New Jersey has died 2 weeks after being injured in a game. 16-year-old Xavier McClain suffered a traumatic brain injury after being tackled on September 9th. On Thursday, fellow students held a tribute in his honor. And the Los Angeles School District says every K-12 school will soon be equipped with Narcan. That's a drug that quickly reverses an opioid overdose. Last week, a 15-year-old girl overdosed at a Los Angeles high school after taking pills. The LAPD believes those pills were laced with fentanyl, which is 50 times stronger than heroin.
A disturbing moment caught on camera thousands of feet in the air. Video shows an American Airlines passenger punching a flight attendant in the back of the head. The flight attendant is okay. The passenger is facing charges and is now banned from flying that airline ever again. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin joins us now. Maya, do we know what led up to this?
Yes, Kate. So we're hearing from people who were on the flight that this all has to do with a seating issue, but that quickly escalated. Take a look. An American Airlines flight attendant brutally punched in the back of the head by a passenger.
What are you doing?
All of it captured by a fellow flyer. The cabin left stunned.
Kevin Hoover says he had a front row seat to the man's erratic behavior on the flight from Cabo San Lucas, Mexico to Los Angeles. According to the criminal complaint, the passenger had moved into first class. His temper apparently flaring after he was asked to move back to his assigned seat.
A gentleman came up and sat in the empty seat across the aisle from me and started mumbling.
The flight crew, with the help of Hoover, able to calm down the suspect until the plane landed.
Flight attendant grabbed some restraints, and her and I went back there, and I just told him, I said, we're going to put these on you. And he just put his hands up and let us do it.
The passenger taken off the flight by police in Los Angeles and detained by the FBI, and now charged with interfering with a flight crew, a federal offense. American Airlines banning that passenger from all future flights, writing in a statement, "Acts of violence against our team members are not tolerated," adding, "Our thoughts are with our injured flight attendant." The punch, part of a troubling rise in mid-air confrontations. The FAA dealing with more than 1,900 unruly passengers this year alone. That's an average of 7 per day. They launched 680 investigations. Those numbers down from the peak in 2021 when bad behavior spiked during COVID mask mandates, but still 4 times higher than pre-pandemic levels.
It's devastating watching something like that, knowing exactly what that crew is going through, that they can't just pull off to the side and get help. My heart broke for them. But it also broke for the flight attendants all over the country who are watching that video today and still going to work.
Where does that emotion come from you?
This is really hard because this is not the job that we signed up for, the job that we know.
Maya, you can just hear the emotion in her voice. Does she feel that enough is being done to protect her from other unruly passengers?
She said, unfortunately, no, and her frustration is how frequently all of this is happening. She said some airlines do give people self-defense classes, but she also added that no amount of viral videos, no amount of commentary is really going to change anything here. Her ask is for legislative accountability and protection.
And how about people just being decent human beings?
Right.
Maya Eglin, thank you.
Well, you know, that's not the only video involving a plane making headlines today. Take a look at this. Sparks shooting from the bottom of a United flight as it was taking off from Newark Airport in New Jersey. Adam Cooperstein from our New York City station joins us now. Adam, you actually spoke with a worker who witnessed all this, right? What'd you learn?
Yeah, Aaron, we talked to the worker who shot that video you just showed us a clip from. You're going to hear him screaming in the background in just a moment. Hard to blame him, though, right? He said he's worked at Newark Airport for a long time. He's seen a lot, but he's never seen anything quite like that.
Fiery sparks shooting out of a plane departing from Newark Airport.
Oh my God!
The person who captured this stunning video, Murtala Mbake, an aviation photographer who had just finished his shift as a gate agent.
I was actually yelling because I was like excited and at the same time like shocked that is this really happening?
The flight to Brazil had just taken off when United Airlines says it experienced a mechanical issue, likely the hydraulic pump.
Yeah. Oh!
Murtala's video shows the sparks slowly falling from the sky.
Almost seemed like paper that was falling. It was that slow.
United 149. It appeared that sparks now dissipated, appeared to be from your engine. All right, thank you for the information, United 149.
The plane was forced to make an emergency landing, but only after circling in the Atlantic for about 90 minutes to burn fuel.
That plane in particular was very heavy, so I knew automatically it couldn't come back and land. That would have been an overweight landing.
United says the Boeing 777 with 256 passengers on board landed safely. And after quite the scare, a new plane departed for Brazil the next morning.
Thankfully, they got on the ground safely.
Wow. This crazy video, Adam. Do we know whether the passengers on board had any idea that sparks were flying from the plane when they were taking off?
You would think so, right?
Yeah.
But at this point, we haven't seen a single post on social media, a single picture from any of those 200-plus passengers. We do know this, and we've been digging, trust me. We do know this, that there was a flight attendant who saw it and alerted a pilot. But talking to people in the industry and talking to Murtala, who shot the video, he's training to be a pilot. He said it's possible that the sparks flew backwards and maybe there was a little bit of a glow, but this is on takeoff, a night flight. And you guys know it's easy to be distracted at that point. So maybe nobody saw it.
Yeah, you could be asleep by that point. In
Hopefully so, right?
No,
Yeah.
wow. Adam Cooperstein from WNBC. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Might be for the best that they didn't notice. I mean,
you don't want to freak out.
Yeah. We are going to turn to election news now. We're 45 days away from Election Day. We're hearing from voters in 2 key swing states today, which could play a big role in determining the balance of power in Congress.
In Nevada, there's a battle heating up for the crucial Latino vote, which has been shifting in recent years. And in Wisconsin, voters are sounding off on the issue of crime. NBC News correspondents Shaquille Brewster and Guad Venegas are following these races for us. Guad, let's start with you here. Why are Latino voters in particular coming into sharper focus there now?
Well, Aaron, when you look at the numbers nationwide, Latinos are much more relevant every election. We expect more than 11 million will be voting in these midterm elections. In a place like Nevada, I mean, this is considered the battleground for the Latino vote moving forward. Both Republicans and Democrats are fighting for that support. You have a Latina incumbent senator who's looking to win that Latino vote, and Republicans who want to flip the state, and they know that Latinos are key. Less than 50 days to the midterms, Latino voters are more coveted than ever, including right here in battleground Nevada, where they're expected to make up 1 out of every 5 voters. Republicans optimistic, with more Latinos shifting to the GOP in 2020. Washoe County resident Cindy Martinez says she's voting Republican this year, blaming Democrats for soaring inflation and a weakening economy.
I have to pay more to fill my tank, and I don't have enough to feed my family. That's not a political issue. That is a survival issue.
Republicans proudly tout Mayra Flores, a Latina Republican who recently won a Democratic-held House seat in largely Hispanic South Texas. Jesus Marquez is organizing Latinos behind GOP Senate candidate Adam Laxalt.
Latinos are mad. They're angry at the Democratic Party.
Though Republicans still have their work cut out for them. One poll showing Democrats lead by 24 points nationally among Hispanic voters. Economic issues, their top voting concern. In Nevada, the race for Senate is a toss-up. Democrats' hopes resting on incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto, the only Latina ever elected to the Senate. Why are more Latinos preferring the Republicans now? What is happening in Nevada?
I can only tell you what I know in Nevada, and the Latinos that I talk to may be different than the Latinos you're talking to, is that they are looking for somebody that understands the challenges that they're facing and is going to fight for them.
And Democrats in Nevada can count on the backing of a key union. Here in Nevada, canvassers with the Culinary Workers Union are going out into the neighborhoods to talk to registered voters, including Latinos, about the midterm elections. They plan to knock on over 1 million doors statewide before Election Day. Democrat union member Jolene Reyes helped canvass in the 90-degree heat.
If the Republicans get into office, they're going to overturn our rights in this state, which we've always had our rights as females to do what we want with our bodies.
Yet the GOP needs just a small shift among Latinos to make big midterm gains. All eyes set on the Latino vote. And of course, a lot of discussion in politics about Latinos, whether Latinos will become the swing voters of the future or not. When we look at Nevada, we do project more than a 5% increase in Latino voters during these midterms when you compare versus 2018. And then, of course, as a demographic, Latinos are changing. You have Latinos that just became citizens and are voting for the first time. You've got second generation, you've got third generation Latinos. So a very diverse block of voters that both Republicans and Democrats want to win over. And then you can also look into the nonpartisans, a state like Nevada, where 1/3 of all voters are now nonpartisan. So these are all the factors that are evening things out. And that's why that Senate race in Nevada is considered a toss-up.
So many reasons for candidates to really be paying attention these days. Guad Venegas for us today. Guad, thank you.
Let's flip over to Wisconsin now, where crime is shaping up as a key issue for voters there. Today, Republican Senator Ron Johnson's holding a roundtable discussion on crime, and he's using the issue to attack his Democratic challenger, Mandela Barnes, in some new TV ads. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee with us. Shaq, talk about the candidates' stances on crime. First off, what is Ron Johnson saying about Mandela Barnes? How's Barnes responding?
Hi there, and you're getting a sense of how contentious this issue is in a place like Milwaukee, in a battleground state like Wisconsin. With the scene behind me, you have Ron Johnson on the inside of that building having a roundtable discussion with members of law enforcement, members of the community, and then you have a voter activation group, Souls to the Polls, outside protesting his stance and protesting his position on this issue. And at issue are those ads that you mentioned, where they're flying back and forth between the two candidates, and it's ads that have the groups and protesters like the ones you see behind me saying that those ads are racist. I want you to see a little bit of what voters here in Milwaukee are watching when they turn on TV.
Violent attacks on our police. More than 300 murders last year alone. Yet Barnes has even supported defunding the police. Mandela Barnes, he stands with them, not us.
We knew the other side would make up lies about me to scare you. Now they're claiming I want to defund the police and abolish ICE. That's a lie. I'll make sure our police have the resources and training they need to keep our community safe.
You see with the comparison there, especially considering that more money is being spent on those conservative ads, it's putting the Democrat in this race, Mandela Barnes, on the defensive, but you're seeing he's getting some backup from some protesters here outside of that Ron Johnson event.
And Shaq, I wonder, they're clearly making a political issue out of crime on both sides, but are the voters caring about that as their top issue?
You know, it doesn't come up as the top issue when you look at polling. That still is the economy, jobs, inflation, and then you also throw in there abortion. But what we do know is that there's a partisan advantage to this issue. In our new NBC News poll, you saw more people said that they sided with Republicans than Democrats on the issue of crime, and that's what Ron Johnson is taking advantage of.
All right, Shaq Brewster for us. Shaq, thank you.
More to come as temperatures drop, home heating bills are on the rise. Up next, how to keep warm without breaking the bank. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Harry Styles!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities? Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, in today's Consumer Confidential, now that fall is here, you may be getting a break on your air conditioning bill, but are you ready for the winter spike in heating costs?
There's the question. Oil and natural gas prices are way up. Our Vicki Wynn shows us the best ways you can save.
Winter is coming, and this year, thanks to soaring inflation, that means Americans will have to shell out big bucks to keep their homes warm. The average family will pay about $1,200 to heat their homes. Natural gas is running 66% higher than 2020, and heating oil is even worse, up nearly 75%.
People are seeing energy costs skyrocket. What's behind the rise?
It was very hot this summer. As a result, electric companies used up a lot of the nation's natural gas supplies, and they haven't been replenished yet. And when the supplies are tight, prices go up. The second is the economy is continuing to recover. Then, of course, there's the Russian invasion of the Ukraine.
Albie Perez owns a plumbing and heating company.
Where nobody really plans for that big of a spike in energy consumption.
But even he can't escape rising energy costs this winter.
When you got a bill that's 300 to 400% higher than what you previously paid for, it can be a pretty big sticker shock for sure.
Experts say it's possible to lower your costs, but you have to plan now before the cold sets in. Start by asking your energy company if they provide free energy audits. That's when someone comes to your home and shows you how to make it more energy efficient. They can offer simple fixes like closing curtains to keep the heat in or turning ceiling fans to spin clockwise to push warm air down. You should also consider a programmable thermostat to automatically adjust the temperature. Experts say 68 to 72 degrees when you're home and lower when you're away. If you can, invest in better insulation to prevent heat loss through places like your attic, walls, and windows. And call your utility company to ask about payment plans. If you use oil or propane, you may be able to lock in a set price if you make prepayments. But do the math so you understand the costs. Many states offer energy incentives too, like in New York, where there are financing options if you're thinking about going solar, or Illinois, where consumers can get a tax credit for qualified energy improvements. There's also the federal low-income home energy assistance program, which helps families pay heating bills and make their homes more energy efficient.
We don't know how expensive it's going to be. It could be a warmer winter and prices will come down. The war in the Ukraine could end. That could help reduce pressure on supplies. Lots of things can happen, but we're not in control of any of those things. So we should be planning ahead for higher costs.
Vicki Wynn for us there. Attention Costco shoppers, there is some good news for your wallets. The Warehouse Club announcing it's scrapping plans to raise membership fees after its fourth quarter earnings beat expectations. The retailer typically raises its fees every 5 years. It hasn't said when it will do that next. A standard Costco membership costs $60 a year now, or $120 for one of those executive memberships. Weeks before Prime holiday baking season, one key ingredient might be harder to find, and that is butter. Gasp, Aaron Gasp said that. U.S. dairy farms are struggling to keep up with demand. That's leading to sky-high prices for butter, according to the Labor Department. Prices up about 25% over the past year.
Butter. We need the butter.
And Ford Motor Company running on empty when it comes to its iconic blue oval badges. The Detroit automaker also seeing shortages with nameplates that specify the model. These supply chain challenges causing the car manufacturer to even delay deliveries on certain cars. All right.
Yeah.
You got your Costco news.
That's a good thing. Cheap, good.
There is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Biden administration announced new initiatives and funding today meant to address addiction and the overdose epidemic. It is billed as $1.5 billion toward measures to help fight the opioid crisis and provide support for people in recovery. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins me now. Mike, what's the plan about here? What are these new initiatives and how does that money get dispersed?
Well, Kate, President Biden had declared September to be National Recovery Month, and the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, announcing some of these new and enhanced measures as part of a recovery summit he's hosting at the White House today. Let's look at some of these specifics. $1.5 billion, for instance, being made available to states and tribal communities to deal and expand access to treatment and recovery programs. Another $104 million for private and nonprofit entities to deal specifically with this challenge in rural communities. Now, that's on the treatment and prevention side. We're also seeing law enforcement announcements today, $275 million for those law enforcement communities on the front lines of dealing with drug trafficking, as well as some new sanctions as well.
Mike, I speak with a lot of families who've lost loved ones from opioids. And last month, families affected by fentanyl wrote to President Biden begging for action. The letter in part said, "We are families affected by fentanyl that work tirelessly to inform the American people about the dangers of illicit fentanyl. Affected families calling on you respectfully ask you to declare a national emergency for fentanyl poisoning deaths plaguing our country." That hasn't happened as far as I know. They would probably say this is a little late. How does the administration explain the delay?
Well, the White House is saying that President Biden has put this at the top of the national agenda already. It was part of his State of the Union address in March. In April, we saw the Office of Drug Control Policy announce a number of initiatives as well. But the second gentleman, again, Emhoff, today saying he's a father. Listen, he understands this is a big problem. Red states, blue states, all across the country. He said this is just the beginning of the administration's approach. He said he's particularly focused on this challenge for young individuals as a parent.
All right, Mike Memoli, thank you.
A new trend in weight loss is impacting people with type 2 diabetes. This all centers on a widely used treatment called Ozempic. Now it's being prescribed off-label to help people lose weight. NBC's Hallie Jackson explains.
TikTok is all over it, and so are some celebrities.
It's being used, I think, widely, not only in Hollywood, but across the general population.
Its brand name, Ozempic, a drug you inject that's meant to regulate insulin and treat type 2 diabetes.
It does improve insulin secretion, so it certainly, in that way, is a treatment for type 2 diabetes.
But now some people are using it to lose weight.
It delays what we call gastric emptying. That's how fast food leaves your stomach, so you feel full longer. And it also controls how full we feel generally. And so people eat less.
Well, doctors say it may work. Taking Ozempic for weight loss is technically off-label. That means a doctor has prescribed it for an issue it's not approved to treat, and that's allowed. But this kind of thing can have consequences in the market. Like now, there's an Ozempic shortage.
But it's part of a larger problem that we have in the United States. We have more than 200 active drug shortages right now.
Michael Gagno is a senior director at a pharmaceutical industry trade group. He says shortages like this one have been an issue for decades.
This has been a chronic problem in the United States. It's gone on for about 20 years, and we've really not done a lot to mitigate the issue.
In a statement to NBC News, the FDA says it's working closely with the manufacturers of semaglutide injection, the generic name for Ozempic, to help address the shortage of these products, and confirms healthcare professionals can choose to prescribe drugs off-label when medically appropriate. The company that makes Ozempic says they do not promote, suggest, or encourage off-label use of their medicines and are committed to fully complying with all applicable U.S. laws. And they say in terms of supply, the combo of incredible demand plus global supply constraints means some disruption in getting Ozempic to patients.
When we were talking essential medications that were required during the pandemic, that would be required for any future emergency response, and we don't have the resiliency in our drug supply chain.
Supply chain issues aside, there's also the cost factor.
The biggest issue with most of them is a barrier to accessing it is cost. They're expensive medications.
Ozempic, according to the drug maker's website, can cost around $1,350 every month.
We were always looking for the magic pill. People are always looking for the magic pill. They'd rather just take a pill and not worry about what they're eating.
I don't know about that.
The interest. I mean, it's an interesting problem to have to balance this now.
I just meant like I would talk to my doctor, right? Because
Absolutely.
using it off-label sounds
Always
a little
the best
risky.
way. Yeah. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles! To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, September 23rd, 2022, Fiona closes in. That hurricane swells to a Category 4 storm again, posing a historic threat to Canada. When it arrives and what it could bring.
Sidelined, the head coach of the Boston Celtics suspended for the entire season over an affair. Why his time with the team could be over.
Burned out, firefighters battling raging wildfires are reaching their breaking points. The drastic consequences the stress is having as they try to knock down the flames.
And feeling like fall. There's a chill in the air, the days are getting shorter, and for some, that could mean a greater risk of seasonal depression. How you can fight it. Hello, everyone. We begin this hour with breaking news. Hurricane Fiona now barreling toward Canada.
That powerful storm is swirling up the Atlantic coast right now. Forecasters say it's going to make landfall tomorrow as one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit Canada. Fiona is increasingly a strong storm. Take a look at some of this video of a sail drone. This is near the eye of the storm. Strong wind there fueling enormous waves.
Overnight, the storm roared past Bermuda, dumping torrential rains, battering the island with strong winds up to 125 miles per hour. Fiona hit Puerto Rico 6 days ago, and still more than 900,000 people there are without power. Nearly 30% of the island still doesn't have running water. Leading us off this hour, Maggie Vespa in Canada, Ellison Barber in Puerto Rico, and meteorologist Bill Cairns timing everything out for us. Maggie, we'll start with you. We're about 12 hours away from Fiona hitting Canada. How are they preparing?
Well, Kate, Aaron, safe to say everybody is preparing as best they can to frankly be able to stay in their homes without power for days on end. That's the expectation. Even the mayor telling us that he expects large parts of Halifax and Nova Scotia and just this eastern portion of Canada to lose power when this storm hits. All the more alarming after seeing video like what you just showed. They know this storm has been strong to the south, and they know that with the warmer waters amid our climate crisis, it's only growing seemingly, and expected to hit Canada with historic strength. This area has seen storms before, but people here are really scared, buying generators, buying water. Again, just preparing to really batten down the hatches for days on end. Here's some of what the mayor told us earlier today.
Really importantly, people shouldn't do dumb things. That may sound self-evident, but don't go to the water and try to be a big shot. Don't surf. We've got surfing here that's great, but don't surf in a hurricane, and don't go to Peggy's Cove. Pay attention to your own health, and it's not just yourself, but folks may be called upon to rescue you, and that takes efforts away from other things.
And officials trying really to mitigate that risk. I'm on a touristy boardwalk normally filled with tourists here in Halifax. You can see it's completely empty. They're shutting that down tonight. They're shutting down public transit. They're opening up shelters for people experiencing homelessness, trying to get everyone sheltered and safe ahead of this storm, which, as you know, is headed our way right now, guys.
Well, let's bring Ellison Barber in here. Ellison, I just checked the heat index where you are. Triple digits again for a lot of people in Puerto Rico today. 900,000 people without power, no air conditioning, obviously. How are people coping right now?
Look, it's brutal, and that heat is making a difficult situation even more challenging for people mentally as well as physically. Look, I mean, you hear some of the noise back here. This neighborhood people have brought in, and they are working with others to bring in different construction devices to try and get some cleaning underway, because some people like this home here, they're hoping that they can go back inside and that soon maybe the power will be back on. But then there are other homes like this one that there is really not much, if anything, that they can do to rebuild. We were speaking with the owners of this home. They had just redesigned, redone all of this, particularly after Hurricane Maria, and you look at it now and there's not much left. The heat, again, it is an added obstacle, and one of the things someone told us the other day is it's very mentally challenging because they can't even sleep because it is so hot. Then they wake up and they're having to deal with things like this, and it's just exhausting. Kate, Aaron.
All right, Ellison Barber in Puerto Rico, Maggie Vespa in Canada as well for us today. Thanks.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, how strong will Fiona be when it does reach Canada?
I mean, that is going to be one of the strongest, lowest pressures they've ever seen there. And I'll get to the wind gust there. That's going to be the big story. But we also have to bring our attention down to the Caribbean. This Tropical Depression 9 is going to be the big story in the lower 48, and especially Florida as we go through the weekend into early next week. Here's the forecast path from the Hurricane Center towards Jamaica. It becomes a tropical storm probably tomorrow, and then this thing should explode. Rapid intensification. Intensifying hurricanes towards landfall are very problematic. People don't listen to the warnings from their emergency managers. This is right now forecast to be towards Fort Myers, Naples area, maybe Sarasota, the Tampa area. The west coast of Florida is being targeted for a major hurricane landfall. And we just got in our brand new computer models from the morning. We have a very reliable American computer model. That's a little bit off the coast. The Euro model is near Key West, and that is Tuesday at 11 p.m. And as far as Fiona goes, that should be making landfall overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. They're going to have 80 to 120 mile per hour winds, and you have to picture this area. There are trees everywhere. This is going to be extreme tree destruction, and that means they're going to fall everywhere.
That's not good news. Bill Cairns, thank you.
The Boston Celtics have suspended their head coach for the entire season. He's accused of having an improper relationship with a female staffer. The Athletic is reporting that Ime Udoka also made unwanted comments to the woman. The Celtics aren't talking specifics, only calling it a, quote, violation of team policies. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is following this for us. Steph, the Celtics leadership spoke to reporters today. What are they saying about these allegations now?
Well, Aaron, not much. And they haven't said much since they made this announcement. All they would say is that Coach Udoka violated their policies. That's as specific as they would get. And they didn't elaborate on that today. ESPN has reported, as have some other outlets, that he had a consensual relationship with a staffer on the team. But they were asked today, management, if this was too severe a punishment, and also to respond to some of the speculation that's been swirling on social media about who this staffer may be. Listen to what they had to say.
We have a lot of talented women in our organization, and I thought yesterday was really hard on them. We, as an organization, have a responsibility to make sure we're there to support them now, because a lot of people were dragged unfairly into that.
As far as the penalty, they say it is appropriate given the facts that they learned over the course of their investigation this summer.
And Steph, what about the coach here? Is Udoka saying anything about this suspension?
We reached out to him. He did not respond directly to us, but he did give ESPN a statement, which I'll read to you. In part, he says, I want to apologize to our players, fans, the entire Celtics organization, and my family for letting them down. I am sorry for putting the team in this difficult situation, and I accept the team's decision. But you can imagine what a shock this is for fans and the league itself. I mean, this is a coach that led them to the finals unexpectedly last season, and now he is being benched for the entire season.
All right, Stephanie Gosk with us today. Steph, thanks.
Right now in Ukraine, people in 4 regions that are currently occupied by Russian forces are voting on referendums to rejoin Russia. But America says don't believe the results. The U.S. and Western allies are calling this vote a sham, saying Moscow will use the results as an excuse to annex those regions. It comes as a United Nations-backed group plans to investigate a mass grave site near Izium, where hundreds of bodies have been found. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is following all of it from Izium, Ukraine. Richard, good to see you. Ukrainian officials say more than 400 bodies have been exhumed in a mass grave, and at least 30 show signs of torture. You're on the ground there. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
So I'm actually back in Kharkiv right now, but I was in Izium earlier today and have been in Izium for the last several days. There is a mass grave site outside of the main town center. Some of the graves contained soldiers, and there was one grave with dozens of Ukrainian soldiers just dumped in collectively. And then there were many unmarked graves, and these are unmarked graves. There's numbers in front of each grave, sometimes simple crosses, and Ukrainian rescue workers have been trying to exhume the bodies, collect them, and then carry out, although it's difficult because some of these people died months ago, carry out some sort of post-mortem analysis to figure out how they died, how they were killed. In some cases, it's clear because their hands were bound and they showed signs of torture. But that is a process that investigators are looking at right now to see if in Izium, like we saw outside of Kyiv, Russian forces were responsible for brutality on a mass scale.
Which the UN put a report out about today. It sounds like they're making those accusations as well. Let me turn to what's happening today and these referendums, so-called referendums that are happening. Why is this happening right now? Does Russia really think that result will then make a difference and allow them to annex territory?
So what Russia thinks is going to happen and what is actually happening are two different scenarios. This is one of the most, I think you can say, fraudulent votes that I've ever seen covering covering changing events over the last couple of decades. This is being held in occupied area, so it is being held in places where there are Russian troops present or allied Russian militias. It is being held under duress. The people had this vote imposed on them. Russian-backed militias are going door to door. There are some polling stations, but oftentimes these militias, sometimes armed, witnesses say, are going door to door with papers saying, do you want to become part of Russia, which is what the militias want, or no? And the result, which is expected in a few days, is widely anticipated to have an overwhelming majority of yes votes. And considering the way that this vote is taking place, that's hardly surprising. What Putin is expected to do is he will take this yes vote, as fraudulent as the world is already claiming that it is going to be, and use that as a pretext to then annex this territory, say it is forever part of Russia, and then say that it needs to be defended up to and including with nuclear weapons.
Right. Richard Engel, thank you. Good to have you. Coming up, gold mining's impact on the Amazon. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The biodiversity in the Amazon rainforest impacts everything from weather patterns to crop growth, even global carbon levels.
But illegal gold mining in Peru is having a devastating ecological effect. NBC's Cynthia McFadden went there to investigate.
NBC is the first network news team since the pandemic to be allowed inside this emergency zone.
We are going to see the devastation caused by illegal mining,
where the rainforest now looks like this: desert, interrupted by toxic ponds of mercury.
What happens in the Amazon doesn't just stay in the Amazon.
And that is why two of the world's foremost Amazon scientists, Luis Fernandez and Miles Silman, have agreed to be our guides.
I'm studying tropical forest ecosystems and how they respond to climate change.
And Luis?
I don't study the same kind of pretty places that Miles does. I study areas that have been destroyed.
Yeah, your sunshine, your darkness, essentially.
essentially.
The destruction is a result of a gold rush, which is now affecting worldwide weather patterns, crop growth, and carbon emissions.
How bad is it?
It's much worse than we had feared.
Because to collect an ounce of gold, you must separate it from nearly 30 tons of silt.
Miners working under very difficult conditions using really primitive techniques have to somehow sift through tons of sediment to get those little flecks of gold.
The rich black silt is pumped out of a pit where the trees have been chopped down, and it's flushed with water down a slide. But where's the gold?
To get that final step, where you want to separate the gold from the sand, you add mercury.
Mercury is poison, isn't it?
It is. It's poisonous to humans, to wildlife. It lasts for centuries.
All the mercury that is spreading.
Some of it touches the gold, but a lot of it doesn't. The rest of it is thrown back into the river, kind of like the baby with the bathwater, except that the baby is toxic.
And now studies show so are some of the fish, loaded with more mercury than anywhere else in the Amazon. And the people, more than 75% of those here have been contaminated with dangerously high levels. In total, they say, millions of acres have been affected across the region, turning a place once vital for absorbing the world's carbon into one pumping carbon into the atmosphere.
The first meter of soil in the forest holds as much carbon as all the trees that are above it. And then when we think about the next meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, there can be a whole other forest's worth of carbon down that deep.
Are you suggesting that if we dig down there, we may be releasing all of this old carbon into the atmosphere?
Not suggesting, we really are. It's something that needs a lot more study. It's something that we're just starting to work out.
Is it too late to save this place? Luis and Miles say emphatically no. They take us on a tour to show us some ideas for the future. We visit a bold experiment in the works. The Harik Boot people, a 300-person indigenous community, has spent $1 million developing an eco-lodge, not yet open. The setting, breathtaking.
It's mind-blowing, the diversity that you find. If we walked out in the forest, there would be as many breeding birds in the, say, square mile as there are in all of North America. There would be 1,000 species of butterflies, maybe more.
But even here, we're shocked to discover they are mining with mercury to fund the eco-lodge, in the hopes mining will one day be unnecessary. As for the professors, their work is deemed critical by the Peruvian government, which partners with them.
This is the first and only mercury research lab in the Peruvian Amazon.
They created a nonprofit, Cincia, which the U.S. and NASA also help fund.
Yeah, it's a big pile of rocks left over by gold mining.
We're making our way to part of the largest reforestation operation in the Americas.
How great!
Where they study what might now grow in these mining pits.
You have to have the right tree for the right place, right?
Yeah, you can spend a whole lot of effort and just send the little trees to their death sentences. You're standing in a mining site. This was all mining.
And finally, Luis introduces us to a group of kids they're working with.
We're here with students to measure mercury to see if these rivers and streams are polluted by illegal gold mining.
The insects the students collect will be studied by Cincia scientists.
It's really important to get the kids involved because these kids are the ones that are going to have to deal with this problem in the future.
One day, what do you want to look back and say, yeah, we did that?
I'd love to see a generation of Peruvian scientists solving their problems to pass the torch forward.
We were on a team, and we tried. We tried to do something, and I think we did it, we're doing it, and that's something to remember.
Cynthia McFadden reporting there. There is much more news to come off the shelves, but still in the hands of students. Still ahead, a teacher's effort to keep kids reading books that have been banned. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
British police say they have interviewed 2 men over the Cash for Honours scandal. The investigation started back in February in Britain after reports that honours like knighthood were offered to a Saudi national in return for donations to one of then Prince Charles's charities. A spokesperson for Britain's new king has previously said he had no knowledge of the alleged offer. Now to the unrest sweeping across Iran. Protesters are taking to the streets following the death of a woman while in the custody of the country's so-called morality police. Those protests intensifying today, spreading to dozens of cities around the country and around the world. Let's bring in NBC News Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi now. Ali?
Hi, Kate. Yeah, the protests are gripping cities across the country, and they're not showing any signs of slowing. Women are leading the charge, but the government has been trying to crack down, both on the streets and online. They're blocking access to the internet and apps. But, Kate, this is a monumental shift in the Islamic Republic, all sparked by the death of a young woman. For a 7th straight day, violent protests erupting in dozens of cities across Iran, sparked by the death of a 22-year-old woman after she was arrested by the feared morality police for allegedly violating the country's strictly enforced Islamic dress code. Mahsa Amini was vacationing in Tehran when she was picked up by the authorities, who felt the pants she was wearing under her compulsory robe were too tight. Within hours of being taken into custody, she was brain dead and 3 days later declared dead. Authorities deny culpability and say her death is being investigated. And the state-run broadcaster releasing video that they claim shows Amini collapsing in custody, but it's unclear what happened beforehand. It touched a raw nerve in the country, and protesters, many of them women, took to the streets despite brutal crackdowns and arrests. Since 1979, it's been mandatory for women in Iran to wear headscarves in public or face jail time. Yet, over the last several days in cities across the country, women have been burning their headscarves in protest. In another act of courageous resistance, some women have cut their hair in public, with large crowds cheering them on. A taboo act of defiance that would have been unimaginable a week ago.
People are frustrated. They are angry. This is significant that this is happening at this time.
A women's movement not seen in Iran since the Islamic Revolution 4 decades ago that made the hijab compulsory. Their slogan, woman, life, freedom, echoing through streets nationwide. In response, Police have beaten protesters with clubs and fired live rounds and water cannons at unarmed demonstrators. The government says 17 people have been killed since the unrest began last week. A large cross-section of people have been participating in the protests, but at the forefront, young women who feel the most suffocated here. It's unclear how or when this will all end, but the security apparatus and the judiciary have made it clear they want to end this uprising immediately. And Kate, the government are asking its loyalists to come out on the streets and show allegiance. The army is threatening to get involved, and the authorities are saying that they may enforce an all-out internet blackout, an ominous sign of what may come.
Yeah, Ali Arouzi watching all of it for us in Tehran. Thank you, Ali.
Dozens of migrants are dead after a boat sinks off the Syrian coast, and Japan reopening to tourists for the first time since the start of the pandemic. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Syria, where a boat carrying more than 100 migrants sank today. At least 71 people are dead. The boat left from bordering Lebanon and was en route to Europe. Lebanese are trying to escape their nation's financial collapse. Almost 80% of the country's population is living in poverty. Mexico, where an explosion at a protest left nearly a dozen police officers hurt. Student protesters gathered outside the Attorney General's office in Mexico City. This ahead of the anniversary of the disappearance of 43 students back in 2014. They were taken from a radical teachers' college by local police and never seen again. A Mexican government official says the Mexican army had some of those students killed. And Japan, where the country is relaxing its travel restrictions and reopening for tourists. Starting on October 11th, Japan will drop visa requirements and stop capping the number of tourists allowed into the country. That change happening just in time for visitors to enjoy Japan's famous fall foliage. And that's the world now.
Up next, on the front lines of the fight against California's wildfires, you're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. A white former police officer has been acquitted of murder in the deadly shooting of a black man in Texas. Officer Sean Lucas shot and killed Jonathan Price in 2020 after he was called to the scene of a fight at a gas station. An attorney for the officer argued the former officer fired his weapon in accordance with the law when he was confronted with an aggressive assailant who was trying to take his taser. Price's sister criticized the composition of the jury there, noting not one member of the jury was black. Former President Donald Trump is holding a rally in Wilmington, North Carolina today. He's there supporting Republican Senate nominee Ted Budd in a state that he won both in 2016 and 2020. Budd is hoping Trump's endorsement can help boost his election chances in November. And an 8-year-old boy paralyzed in the 4th of July mass shooting in Highland Park, Illinois, is back home today. Cooper Roberts was with his family in the Chicago suburb when he was hit by a bullet. Since then, he's undergone multiple surgeries and weeks of rehabilitation. Cooper's parents say he loves to play sports. He's taking up wheelchair tennis as he adjusts to his new normal.
Progress is being made in California today as firefighters gain an upper hand on the state's largest wildfire of the year. And as crews battle the flames on the front lines, some are also dealing with a different kind of burnout. Here's NBC's Julie Sirkin.
Once again, the West is on fire, scorching forests, torching homes, and uprooting lives. But it's the people battling the blaze with the most to say about this worsening global crisis.
I always knew there's a big risk of injury, but I just never thought it would happen to me.
In May of this year, it did happen to him. After 15 years as a wildland firefighter, smoke jumper Ben Elkind lost control of a new parachute while training, falling more than 20 feet, but miraculously landing on both feet.
One of my legs popped up and it just kind of broke out the back of my pelvis and dislocated my femur.
For the first summer in a long time, Ben is home on the sidelines as fires ruin the nature that surrounds him. He and his wife, Amber, live here in Oregon with their 2 toddler boys.
When he's gone, I'm responsible for finding childcare and for taking care of our children and for working. It feels nearly impossible to try to make all of that work and not have it collapse.
But since he can't work, there is no overtime pay, and Ben's family is barely making ends meet. This year, federal wildland firefighters received a temporary pay increase and a minimum wage guarantee of $15 an hour.
We'll continue to go to bat. We recognize this is not something that we can fix overnight. We really are here for the long run, and we really are listening to our firefighters.
It's part of an attempt to reform the current pay structure, which Ben says results in astronomical overtime hours, upwards of 1,000 in a single fire season. There's something else the 37-year-old discovered when he underwent a full-body CT scan, a nodule on his thyroid.
How did it feel when he called you and told you that he had cancer? We were both pretty shocked about that. Moving forward, it's very difficult to have him continue in smoke jumping or firefighting, knowing that he's going to have exposure to smoke for another 15 years.
This spring, Ben joined a group of firefighters for a meeting with Labor Secretary Marty Walsh. Shortly after that, cancer became a covered illness.
Are you not required to get a mandatory check every year for cancer?
No, I've never even heard of cancer being brought up, officially at work.
Wildland firefighters and their families come together during tough times, raising money and supporting loved ones when tragedy hits. But these grassroots efforts aren't a long-term solution. That's why Michelle Hart, who lost her smoke jumper husband Tim in a New Mexico fire last year, is fighting in Congress for lasting change.
If I can make an iota of difference on his behalf for the people that he loved, the people who kept him alive after he had an accident that I had a chance to say goodbye, I owe that to them, and I owe it to him.
After having his broken hip pinned in place, Ben's already training for the next fire season.
Okay, you broke your pelvis, you've got cancer. I don't really have any other option. I'm going to go back to work, and I'm going to keep being exposed to more smoke.
Are you concerned or hesitant that Ben will have to return to a job that put his life in danger?
Yes. I am very, very hesitant after this experience. It was really eye-opening about what can happen.
Julie Sirkin reporting there. Books are being taken off school library shelves nationwide because of sweeping new legislation. But one Oklahoma teacher is determined to give her students access to these titles. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin has that story. Maya?
Hi, Kate. It's actually National Banned Book Week, and I spoke with a teacher who says it's important for students to be able to learn from different perspectives, even if they don't agree with them, in order to create understanding. Here's her story.
This is a book that my students may no longer have access to.
Summer Boimier was an English teacher in Oklahoma until just a few weeks ago. On the first day of school, her students found covered bookshelves.
I had written on top of the red paper, books the state doesn't want you to read.
Summer's solution came from almost 1,500 miles away. She gave her students a QR code to access Brooklyn's public library.
We have over 500,000 items that are available.
Linda Johnson, the CEO of Brooklyn's library, oversees the Books Unbanned program.
How many people have been able to use this resource?
Since we started this program, over 5,000 cards have been issued. We've circulated over 25,000 items from our collections to people outside of Brooklyn who have asked for the electronic card.
And the library has received hundreds of messages of support.
My small town barely has anything worth reading. I am 14, and they're looking to ban Catcher in the Rye and Harry Potter and any books that deal with LGBTQ communities.
Oklahoma banned 43 books in the past year. 1,648 unique titles have been banned nationwide since July 2021. And of the 32 states with book banning laws in schools, Texas ranks first with 801 books, according to PEN America.
So many of these books can provide important mirrors for many of our students who, may come from these communities, who may be questioning gender identity, and they're not reflected in a lot of the classic kind of traditional curriculum.
Summer says her school district couldn't provide her the support or resources she needed to do her job, so she quit. The state secretary of education released a statement saying, in part, providing access to banned and pornographic material to students is unacceptable, and he's seeking to remove her teaching license in Oklahoma. Heather's a parent in Summer's school district and supported Summer giving access to banned books.
I worry about the long-term effects of the reputation of students coming out of Oklahoma. What are college boards going to think about allowing students that come from Oklahoma into their schools?
What advice do you have for other teachers and librarians who are going through the same thing?
Continue to make that necessary trouble and that good trouble, whatever that looks like for you. Midterms are in November. Vote.
Now, Summer told me that most of her students were excited the first day, and several actually thanked her for giving them access. Others, of course, shared this with their parents, and that's when Summer started receiving threatening messages. Ultimately, Summer said this issue really wasn't something her students were creating. It got completely taken over when adults and politicians got involved. Kate.
Yeah, and it is a divisive issue among adults. Maya Eglin, thank you for that.
We're going to turn to politics now and the crucial midterm elections. 45 days to go now, and we're taking a closer look at who and what may be influencing this year's top races. That includes big political donations and some notable names behind them, plus the power of the black vote and key issues driving voters to the polls. NBC News correspondents Jake Ward and Tremaine Lee are tracking those stories for us. We're going to start here with Jake. Jake, dig into these political donations for us, the big money.
Well, Aaron, what is so extraordinary about the moment we are in is that it is truly historic in the United States. We, in fact, profiled the influx of money from huge money donors as part of a special documentary, American Oligarchy, that you can see on Peacock. Here's a little bit of what we reported.
Among the most active political players is Peter Thiel. The Silicon Valley tech billionaire and PayPal founder has thrown tens of millions of dollars behind just 2 Senate candidates. In Ohio, he's backing fellow venture capitalist and political outsider J.D. Vance. In Arizona, Thiel donated heavily to the campaign of Blake Masters. Each clinched their respective GOP nominations. And while Masters is happy to espouse his far-right political positions,
in Arizona, there's an invasion at our southern border.
He's much less forthcoming with details about the financial relationship with Teal, who's estimated to be worth $3.8 billion.
We're just trying to talk about campaign finance.
Producer Ezra Kaplan tried to press the issue with Masters outside an event closed to the press in Scottsdale last month.
Peter gave what he gave, and I'm grateful that he supported that outside group, and I'm working hard every day to raise the money internal to the campaign that we need to go out and spread the message.
Will you be able to stay independent with the money?
Now, what we've seen here, Aaron, is that Blake Masters is, in fact, somebody that's mostly supported by Peter Thiel, whereas his opponent, Mark Kelly, is mostly supported by small donors. It's the difference in those funding models that really seems to be a very big and important thing here.
All right, folks, can go to Peacock to see more. Jake Ward for us today. Thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee now to talk about his special report on the power of the black vote. Tremaine, great to see you. This week you're at North Carolina Central University, right, in Durham, talking with students, current and former. How are they reacting to President Biden's recently announced student debt relief plan, and how could that play into November?
That's right, Kate. It hasn't been lost on any of the young people that I spoke with that the steps by the Biden administration to alleviate some of this debt is a good first step, but they say it's just that, a first step. And they remind us that President Biden campaigned on eliminating all federal debt for HBCU students who make under $125,000. And so, again, they say they appreciate it, but it's not enough. Let's take a listen.
It's cute, like, thanks, but what's next? Because 20,000 on 100 is, what's that doing for me?
It definitely will be a major factor in my decision, but there are definitely other factors as well.
When they point to the sheer enormity of their debt, they say, again, it will be helpful. And also, they will be considering some of this when they go into the voting booth, but it's just one of many issues.
And you also spoke with an activist who's advocating for student debt cancellation. How's he trying to mobilize on that issue, especially on HBCU campuses?
That's right. Jonah Vincent has an organization called No Cap, and he's going to HBCU students in particular to try to educate them on how the system actually works, but also connecting this to America's deeply racist path, which also led to the racial wealth gap that has exacerbated this loan issue. Let's take a listen.
Specifically for black people, it looks like modern day sharecropping. We'll give you the opportunity to become something, but in order for you to do that, you got to borrow this from us, and it's going to travel through your family for the rest of your time if you never pay us off.
There's so much history here, and this is just one more barrier for them to get through, but they are committed to their education, and they say they'll do what they can.
All right, Tremaine Lee, thanks for being with us.
Up next, advice on how to handle seasonal depression. More NBC News Daily right after this.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. Nell, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. A masked killer takes aim and fires.
A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Canada is dropping its vaccine mandate at the border beginning September 30th. Canada, like the U.S., requires foreign nationals to be vaccinated when entering the country. Now, there's no change in the U.S. mandate so far, and Canada is still deciding whether to keep its face mask requirements on trains and airplanes.
Well, here in New York, the days are getting shorter. They're getting a little colder. Winter weather, fall weather, kind of setting in.
In today's mental health check, we're going to look at seasonal depression. It is a real thing, but there are some ways you can avoid it. Let's bring in licensed marriage and family therapist, Dr. George James now.
Dr. James, good to see you. So we've all heard of seasonal depression. What is it about the change of season that brings it on?
Well, you know, what happens for most of us, as you mentioned, the days get shorter, which means we're not outside as much. We're not getting as much sunlight or as much activity. And sometimes what also happens with that is that our mood changes. We start to feel the seasonal blues, as they say, which can lead to some folks even further into depression. So it just becomes a time where people are not feeling their best and they're not doing the things that actually help them to feel better. So it can be a tough time for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So how can we avoid it then, Dr. James? How can we avoid this seasonal depression? We can't change Mother Nature's control of things. So what can we do?
Yeah, there's some things that people can do that can really help them. First is to continue to be active or maybe start some new physical activity routine. What that does is it releases endorphins, which can also help with your mood overall and can help you kind of combat the less light that you're getting, the less sunlight that you're getting at that time. That can be helpful. Also, to go outside. There is something about being outside or getting some vitamin D that works. And for those who can't go outside, there's also something called light therapy where you can get some of that.
I have
Eat
one of
healthy
those.
as much as possible. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I have one of those lights on my desk at home. It's like it's sort of fake sunlight light. Yeah. I don't know. It would
So
seem
light therapy is really great and can make a difference for lots of people because it does give you that feeling like you're right outside.
Yeah.
And for others, maybe try a new hobby.
Good suggestions. What kind of effect does seasonal depression have on the body? Is it similar to depression in general?
So lots of people will call it, at one point they'd call it like the baby blues. So it's like a form of depression. And for many people, it is the beginning stages of what can feel like depression for them, where their appetite has changed, their sleep has changed, their motivation has changed. And if they're in that place for long enough, then we would probably start to say that it might be depressed. So it's almost like the precursor to feeling some level of depression. And it can just not be a great feeling for lots of people.
So, I mean, does the season really matter here? I mean, can you get seasonal depression in the summer and the fall, or summer and spring, or is it just a winter-fall problem?
Well, people can get depressed at any point, and probably most likely most of us have been depressed at some point in our lives. Well, but when we talk about seasonal affective disorder, it's because of some of those changes from less sunlight, from less activity, that really kind of jumpstarts that experience. So sometimes people, you know, maybe like folks who live in Alaska or folks who are in weather that is not that great, they can kind of feel that for a period of time.
Yeah, we're talking about going into, we keep talking about the hurricane and sort of going into a rough weather season and people being cooped up indoors. Any other tips for folks on how to maybe get together with family or support themselves socially?
Yeah, you know, what happens for many of us is that when we start to feel low or our mood changes, we start to isolate. So it's also really important to stay engaged with family and friends. And if you do feel overwhelmed, if you do find yourself getting to a place of depression, really talking to someone before that happens or when it starts. But most importantly, don't try to figure it out on your own. Get some support and help, stay engaged. And before you know it, you can really work through this and maybe find a winter or fall routine that helps you to feel good.
All right, got to push yourself.
Dr. George James, really appreciate it. I agree with him on the exercise being so important to me anyway. I go running in the morning. It makes me feel better.
Even in the winter.
Indoors on a treadmill.
Which still gets you active, so you don't just sort of sink into the depression of,
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Some good tips there. There is much more at News Ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, the White House is doubling as a concert venue tonight.
The president and first lady hosting more than 2,000 guests on the South Lawn. They're going to have a front row seat to one of the hottest tickets in music right now. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is joining us from D.C. So, Peter, what can you tell us about the lineup tonight? Who's going to be on the guest list?
Well, the lineup is one man, Sir Elton John, who will be performing here tonight on the South Lawn of the White House. I was just in the briefing room, and through the walls you could hear him playing, getting his performance all set for tonight. This is going to be a fun one here at this White House. Joe Biden and the First Lady, Jill Biden, are expected to speak. And they're also hosting about 2,000 people here as part of this night that, as you said, a night when hope and history rhyme. They're going to celebrate the healing and unifying power of music. Among those 2,000 people in attendance, teachers and students, LGBTQ plus advocates, mental health advocates, nurses, frontline workers, first responders as well. Really an effort to celebrate not just Sir Elton John, but the community as well. Elton John performed here back in 1998 as part of a state dinner hosted by then President Bill Clinton when he was hosting the British Prime Minister Tony Blair. And Elton John is personal to President Biden. He has loved their music for most of his life, played it to Hunter and Beau, his sons, when they were young, and then more recently, when Beau Biden was ill with brain cancer. President Biden, during some of his visits to the hospital there, we were told, would also sing some of Elton John's music to his son.
And the title of tonight's event, what was it again? This has significance to the president, right? It's part of a poem.
Night when hope and history rhyme. It is from a poem from one of the president's famous favorite Irish poets, Seamus Heaney, I think it is. It comes from a poem. It's a line that the president has used it, I think, in 2020 during his Democratic National Convention speech. And everybody's got some favorite songs. I'm thinking we'll hear a little Tiny Dancer, likely some Rocket Man, Crocodile Rock.
I love it.
I'm feeling like that's a good way to go out today.
Wait,
as well.
the big question, do you get to go, Peter?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You rock out, Peter. It's all good.
I wish I could.
Peter Alexander in D.C. Thank you, Peter.
Well, up next, a look at stories trending right now. Actress Lori Loughlin is getting ready to shoot her first movie since being released from federal prison. She'll star in the romantic comedy Fall into Winter on the Great American Family Network in January. Loughlin and her husband were one of several high-profile couples you remember busted for buying college entry for their kids. The internet has a new favorite video game. You ready? Trombone Champ was just released last week, and now users apparently are posting videos of themselves playing on YouTube and on social media. The game's similar to Guitar Hero, but it's a trombone. The developer says he never expected it to be such a hit, and he's racing to adapt to the booming demand.
When I was a kid, you were on the drums. You got a drum set, and that's how you drove your parents crazy. Now it's a video game, right? Hip-hop producers Swiss Beats and Timbaland have settled their lawsuit with social networking service Triller. The artists sued the company last month for $28 million. They said they were owed that money after selling the online singing battle show Versus to that service back in 2021. The producers released a statement saying they came to a, quote, amicable agreement with Triller. So are you fancy like Applebee's on a date night? If you like country music, you know Walker Hayes is the it guy right now, but his popularity may never have happened without TikTok.
Yeah, his song Fancy Like, it hit really big in 2021. It went viral after he posted videos of him dancing online on TikTok. His account now has racked up more than 39 million likes. I sat down with him for my digital series, The Drink, where we always talk about how someone got to the top. Take a listen.
I'm 42 and I'm dancing on TikTok. So obviously at some point I stopped caring, you know, what people thought was cool.
Right. But then ironically, that
became cool. Yeah. Yeah, who would have thought?
He stopped caring, and look what it did for him, right? Since his Fancy Like success, Hayes has been nominated for Grammys, Billboard Music Awards, CMT Awards, other stuff too. Despite all that, he's still finding time to dance on TikTok. He better, right?
Yeah, no, he is. And by the way, you can watch the whole thing. It's a really great conversation about it. Like, he used to work at Costco, and now he's this famous. He's on the Today Show. You can see it at NBCnews.com/The Drink or anywhere you get a podcast.
And his family's always right there with him, right?
Yeah, exactly. They tour on the tour bus with him.
Oh, nice. That's
it's not bad.
Yeah.
That he said he needs that, actually, because before he was kind of getting lonely on the road.
Keeps you grounded.
Yeah. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You're watching NBC News Daily.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern?
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
If it's Friday, it's all about message, money, and momentum. As House Republicans roll out a new midterm agenda, President Biden responds at a rally, and the overall environment is becoming clearer every day. Plus, the special master gives Trump's lawyers one last chance to back up his claims of an FBI conspiracy, as at least a half a dozen investigations actively swirl around the former president. And Iran tries to quash mass protests sweeping the nation as the regime announces 26 deaths tied to the historic anti-government movement and chokes off the internet access for its 80 million citizens as women rise up. Happy Friday. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd here in Washington. We're going to get to all of our big political stories of the day, but we're going to begin with the breaking news on Wall Street. It is a Black Friday, if you will, where markets are finishing off a tough week with a bad day, though the Fed may be happy because stocks dropped roughly 2% across the board, with the Dow dropping into bear market territory during today's trading, and the S&P hitting a new low for the year as investors grapple with growing concerns about rising interest rates and the potential for a deepening recession in Europe. Let's bring in CNBC's Christina Partsinevelos, who has more. So, Christina, is Jay Powell happy right now?
I guess if he's following his dual mandate of trying to bring down inflation, and that means hiking up interest rates, then maybe he could say, I'm happy, I'm doing my job. Yeah. But if you see the reaction in the markets, the sell-off, the S&P 500, for example, almost every single stock closed in the red this week. We're seeing oil drop to below $80 a barrel. We haven't seen that since January. The NASDAQ, which is predominantly a little bit more tech-heavy, falling lower. And there's just been a lot of volatility, especially towards the end of the day, and that's because we're worried about how aggressive the Federal Reserve and Jay Powell is going to be come the next meeting. Right. In terms of making debt.
Well, it's not just that, but Christina, it seems like the Fed did their deal and a bunch of other central banks followed suit. Is this what we're seeing today, the cascading sort of international impact of all of this? That this is, whether we know we're headed into a global recession or not, there's certainly a global sell-off.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because if you look at just even the dollar denomination, the USD versus the pound, the fact that the pound, that ratio fell to a 37-year low. We're seeing issues in Switzerland. We're seeing the same kind of scenario in Japan. So, yes, it is a global market, and everything is interconnected. There's a big concern about Europe. You bring up energy prices and just what that means. So we constantly on our network talk about the looming recession in Europe. And so that doesn't bode well for multinational companies here in the United States that need to do business abroad. They're denominated in USD, which is so high. So that makes that exchange rate really bad. And then you've just got over here interest rates that keep climbing. We're expecting rates to go up, 75 basis points come November again. So that means debt, mortgage rates, credit cards, all more expensive.
I want to ask you about the strong dollar. It's normally, should we be happy we have a strong dollar? I assume yes, but, right? What is the but?
Do you have any trips planned? Because then I would say yes. Like, I'm going to London next week, so I'm happy about that. But if you really look at the markets and corporate profits, a lot of them will have to factor in these currency fluctuations. And based off of what we've been talking about, everything I've been reading, the research, it seems like we haven't even factored in the strong dollar and what that means to the bottom line for a lot of corporations. Think of BMW is not American, but think Pepsi or Procter & Gamble. They have businesses all around the globe, and so a strong dollar may be good here, but not necessarily for their businesses abroad.
Christina Partsinevelos, really appreciate you breaking this down for us. Good to see you.
Thanks.
All right, let's turn to politics. 46 days until the midterms, and don't think the current economic environment it could have an impact as well. When do we get an energy spike bill, for instance, right? But the midterm environment in general does appear to be solidifying. And what we're looking at is not a wave, but rather multiple cross currents. Some races will be decided over the economy. Some will be on the issue of abortion. Some will be on crime, and so on. It really is a race-by-race slugfest to decide control of both the House and the Senate. Overall, the issue Republicans appear to be struggling with the most is the quality of key candidates in statewide races, in large part due to former President Trump's outsized influence in the party. Our friends, for instance, at the Cook Political Report just moved the Senate race in Arizona. Let me repeat that. The Senate race in Arizona from toss-up to lean Democrat, putting it in the same place as New Hampshire. Both are states where popular, more moderate Republican governors opted against a Senate run because of the presence of Trump. And it paved the way for a more hardline Trump acolyte to win those primaries. Candidate quality is also causing Republicans some headaches in the battle for the House. They just pulled their funding in a key Ohio congressional race after the Associated Press reported that the GOP nominee, J.R. Majewski, misrepresented his military service. You just don't usually see a party hoping for a wave election pull out of a toss-up district like that and a big Senate race like Arizona, as they did earlier this week, this close to an election day. As for Democrats, among other issues, they have a money problem. As we reported today in First Read, Democratic PACs aren't seeing the big money checks from the billionaire backers like Mike Bloomberg and Tom Steyer, leaving Democratic groups lagging behind their 2018 advantage that they had at this very moment in time as we hit this 2022 homestretch. Candidates in the must-flip states of Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have recently sounded the alarm on fundraising. As for messaging, House Republicans telegraphed the issues they want to talk about over the next 45 days, announcing they call it a commitment for America. It's a play on the party's successful 1994 blueprint that was called the Contract for America. Take a listen to how they outlined it.
We want an economy that is strong. That means you can fill up your tank. We have a plan for a nation that's safe. That means your community will be protected. Your law enforcement will be respected. We believe in a future that's built on freedom. That your children come first. And we believe in a check and balance, that government should be accountable.
President Biden responded a few hours later with the issue that Democrats would like to be talking about for the next 45 days, abortion rights.
He said Republicans want to, quote, preserve our constitutional freedom. That sounds great. I'm for doing that as well. We all are. But look at what they've actually done. The MAGA Republicans just cheered and embraced the first Supreme Court decision in our entire history, the first one in our entire history, that just didn't fail to preserve a constitutional freedom. It actually took away a fundamental right that had been granted by the same court.
Well, our reporters are literally coast to coast today around the country on the campaign trail. Shaq Brewster's on the ground for us in Wisconsin. He's following that marquee Senate race where crime is becoming a big issue. Certainly Republicans want to make it so. Guad Venegas is following the Nevada Senate race where the focus is clearly on the economy, though we're seeing a move by Democrats to push abortion rights. Vaughn Hilliard's in North Carolina. He's ahead of former President Donald Trump's rally tonight that will include the Republican Senate nominee Ted Budd. And CNBC's Elon Moy is in Pittsburgh. She was at Kevin McCarthy's Republican messaging event this morning and even got a few minutes with him. But let's start because crime is certainly one of the pillars Kevin McCarthy talked about. They want to put more cops on the street. And there's probably no Senate race in the country where crime is more front and center than Wisconsin. Shaq, it was that way today, wasn't it?
That's exactly the case, Chuck. And, you know, Ron Johnson just wrapped up a roundtable with members of the community, law enforcement, talking about the issue of crime and using this as an opportunity to attack his Democratic opponent, Mandela Barnes. But look, this is nothing new in this race. We know from polling that came out earlier in this week, our NBC News poll, that crime is an issue that Republicans feel very comfortable about. This is one where when you ask voters which party they think would do a better job at dealing with the issue, they side with Republicans. It's an all-time high. high, according to our latest poll. So that's why you're having Republican candidates, not just here in Wisconsin, but across the country, push this issue of crime and calling their Democratic opponents weak on crime. And that is what we heard earlier today. We saw also some protesters outside because we've been seeing this issue play out on the television airwaves. Protesters calling the ads that you've been seeing talking about this issue as of crime, they've been calling those ads racist. And I want you to see a little bit of what voters are seeing here when they turn on the TV, that ad war that's playing out. Watch this.
Violent attacks on our police. More than 300 murders last year alone. Yet Barnes has even supported defunding the police. Mandela Barnes, he stands with them, not us.
We knew the other side would make up lies about me to scare you. Now they're claiming I want to defund the police and abolish ICE. That's a lie. I'll make sure our police have the resources and training they need to keep our community safe.
You see how Mandela Barnes is having to play a little bit of defense on that attack ad talking about crime, though that's coming from an outside group, not the Johnson campaign itself. One other thing, note, Chuck, although we played about even amount of time for both of those ads, if you're here in Milwaukee, if you're here in Wisconsin, you're not seeing those ads equally. It's those attack ads that you're seeing much more frequently, a sign of how those outside Republican groups are outspending the Democratic groups in crucial battleground states like Wisconsin.
You know, it's interesting when they say the tagline "them," Shaq. I noticed in one of the ads, it's Mandela Barnes, and then it's AOC, and I think it's Rashida Tlaib in shadow behind. Is that the "them" that is being used here?
It's not clear, Chuck. You know, one of the ads, they do say he will, Mandela Barnes will be another member of the squad. And they're painting him and clumping him with that group, saying he will be too far left, too liberal for Wisconsin. In the ad in which they said he's for them, not us, they're suggesting that he's for criminals. Right before they talked about the increase in homicides. And look, one part of this is that you look at the crime rate here in Milwaukee. Yes, it did go up when you look at the past 2 years. Homicides up about 20%. Motor vehicle theft up double from about 2 years ago. But you have both candidates talking about the issue differently. For Ron Johnson, he was talking about solving it through education and having that being the main solve for this, fixing morals and values in schools. Mandela Barnes, he's saying he wants to solve this by attacking the issue of guns, of firearms. That's something that you hear from many of the police chiefs, for example, here in Milwaukee and Chicago. Those are cities that continuously get referenced in those ads.
Shaq, bottom line, right now this race is being dominated by an issue that Republicans are winning by 20 points.
Exactly. Yeah. 100% true. You do hear them talking about inflation and abortion. Those are something that are issues that voters say that matter to them and will drive them to the polls. But in terms of what you're seeing as the biggest clashes, it's this issue of crime here.
All right. Shaquille Brewster in Wisconsin for us. Shaq, thank you. Let's go to Guad Venegas. He's out in Nevada. And look, there's certainly, I think Republicans are probably more bullish about the Nevada Senate race right now than any other Democratic-held seat in the country. What are you seeing?
Chuck, well, Republicans were looking at Nevada as the place where they could flip the seat, right? Adam Laxalt being that nominee facing Catherine Cortez Masto, the Latina incumbent Democratic. So, you know, you've seen messaging from the Adam Laxalt campaign that we thought would become a little more moderate after he secured that primary, but he has stuck to his message, MAGA politics. He's pro-rights. You know, he does support an abortion ban, a national abortion ban, that in a state that supports abortion like Nevada. Adam Laxalt is doubling down for those Republican voters. Meanwhile, you have Catherine Cortez Masto with voters who have said they're upset at the economy and they're upset at the rising and the rise in the price of housing, gas, and just groceries in general. So Nevada's going to be a very interesting place. Chuck, when you look at the numbers, the one thing that is clear is registered voters in Nevada. You know, a year ago when we went into Nevada to take a look at how things were, we saw one county that was even between nonpartisans, Republicans, and Democrats. And now we are seeing that at a state level, about 1/3 Republican, 1/3 Democrat, and 1/3 nonpartisan. So the only group of voters that we have seen increase when it comes to registered voters is the nonpartisans.
Right.
So that's what's making this a toss-up, and this is why Republicans think they can flip those voters, or at least make them from being nonpartisan to Republicans. But it's going to be difficult for Republicans, again, because of the messaging coming from Adam Laxalt.
Well, it's interesting you say that. I saw a Laxalt attack ad on Cortez Masto earlier today, Guad, that was focused on rape kits and saying that as Attorney General, Catherine Cortez Masto didn't finish the job. When he became Attorney General, he did. What it told me is he was looking for another way to try to send a message to women voters that he's not against them.
Right. So, you know, the messaging from both campaigns is so different, Chuck. On the very same day, you can see a message from the Catherine Cortez Masto campaign blaming Adam Laxalt for an attempt to take away the right to abortion for people in Nevada. And that very same day, Adam Laxalt will put out a message saying all of the problems in Nevada, especially when it comes to the economy, are because of Catherine Cortez Masto being in the Senate or President Biden. So the messaging has been very different from both campaigns on a daily basis. We have seen a lot of attack ads coming from the right side. But definitely the one thing I can say is that Democrats have invested a lot more in these the campaigns, especially when it comes to Latinos. It's projected that 1 out of 5 voters in these midterms in Nevada will be Latino.
Well, look, it does seem to me that the Republicans have also, I saw that Club for Growth's running a very Trump-aligned ad with Laxalt. Tells me they do not see persuadable voters in Nevada. They see this as base turnout, so we shall see. Guad Venegas in Nevada for us. Guad, thank you. Let me move over to North Carolina. And there's going to be a big Trump rally tonight. My obsession with North Carolina Senate is this, Vaughn. Because the 2 nominees are actually not household names, and I say that with no disrespect to either Ted Budd or Sherry Beasley, that it really is sort of a generic test of the 2 parties and which message resonates better.
And it's largely also why it's very much sort of the under-the-radar Senate race. You know, there's a very reasonable possibility here that either of these candidates could pull off a win. And there, you know, Ted Budd, who is the incumbent Republican congressman who is now running for Senate on the Republican side, you know, he is somebody who won with Trump's endorsement this primary, but now facing Sherry Beasley, who is the former Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court. And so while Ted Budd has tried to make this, you know, to a certain extent about crime and law enforcement, Sherry Beasley has batted that away, suggesting that she has been working within the justice system for more than a decade now. And you have seen her, on the flip side, try to focus on abortion as an issue, particularly going into a lot of these exurbs around the likes of Raleigh and Durham, Charlotte, to go and connect with these women voters that could potentially, you know, maybe Republicans, but when it comes to pro-abortion rights, are potentially flippable on a major issue.
Vaughn, let's talk about the former president. You know, this QAnon flirtation is becoming, it seems, no longer a flirtation, but I guess it's strategy now?
Right, and look, I mean, he is choosing to continue to hold rallies here. Earlier this month, he had the one in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, here in North Carolina. Next week, it's in Michigan. And at each of these events, he is bringing the likes of the statewide candidates who he backed and got to the point of being in the general election to come and join the stage with him. Mehmet Oz, J.D. Vance. Here's going to be Ted Budd, who, to note, over the last couple of weeks has tried to somewhat not make Donald Trump the forefront of his campaign. And next week, he's going to be with Tudor Dixon, the gubernatorial candidate in Michigan here. This is the same day that he announced a super PAC. Essentially, he's got $92 million in his leadership PAC, and there's a lot of nuance on how the FEC rules apply to each of these, but he's going to be able to use that money, that $92 million, move it over to the super PAC, and if he so chooses, to spend endlessly on any of these down ballot races. At the same time, along with the announcement of the super PAC here today, there was no commitment to spend any of that money on those down ballot races at a time in which Republicans at the Senate and at the gubernatorial level, they frankly need it.
Well, we shall see what he does tonight, and if he does anything that makes some of these Republican candidates that are standing with him a bit uncomfortable. That's the wild card with Trump rallies. Vaughn Hilliard in North Carolina for us. Vaughn, thank you. Now let's go to Pittsburgh. That's where we find Elon Moy, my colleague from CNBC. You were covering Kevin McCarthy's rollout today. Don't call it a contract with America, commitment for America, and I know this was slightly delayed, but that is a really, the biggest sort of head scratcher I have on this feels about a month too late. But tell us about it.
Yeah, so essentially Republicans say that they have been working on this commitment to America for about a year and a half. These are the principles that they believe that they can win on, where they have the upper hand. They made a lot out of the fact that they rolled out this agenda at a factory in Washington County and not on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. There are about 36 Republican members there, members of leadership, members, rank and file members, as well as representatives from the Freedom Caucus. So they really tried to present this as a unified agenda. And one thing that they said was important about this is that they listened to voters. This was framed as sort of a town hall style event. We heard a lot about the economy from Republicans today. Now, I spoke with GOP leader Kevin McCarthy, and I tried to press him on what exactly they would do about the economy, about inflation. He said that they would try to make the individual tax cuts that they passed back in 2017 permanent. They would try to reinstate some work requirements on government programs. But bottom line, he said that right now inflation is high, the stock market is down, and he said that Biden's policies have already thrown the country into a recession.
The market's going to go up and down, but it's a reflection of these Biden policies that have brought us to this situation. It's inflation and whether the future is going to be better than today. That's why in 46 days, if you look at the commitment to America, we're the only ones with a plan to solve the problems that the Democrats created. I think the market will go up after that.
So a pretty bold prediction there that a Republican win in November will send the market soaring. Chuck, it's, a very volatile indicator, so we'll see what happens with that. But, markets go up and they go down as well.
Yeah, no, politicians got to learn that. I don't get it. Be careful attaching yourself to something you have no control over. Ilan Moy, congressional correspondent for our sister network, CNBC. Ilan, thank you very much for your report. Coming up, we have more money and more problems. Meet America's rising class of political oligarchs with a look at the reporting behind this week's episode of Meet the Press Reports. We'll have that next. Plus, Russian-occupied areas are voting in a sham referendum inside of Ukraine as a new UN report finds that Russian soldiers have carried out unspeakable atrocities against children. We'll have the latest on the war and where it's headed. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news. NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you look at the number of donors in this election cycle, you might think that Democrats are winning the fundraising battle. But they're losing where it counts. Big dollar donations. An analysis of recent FEC data shows that 57% of donations over $10 million went to Republicans, 43% went to Democrats. Two of the biggest Democratic mega donors from the last couple of cycles, Michael Bloomberg and Tom Steyer, they're not funding campaigns at the same rate they did in the last midterm cycle. Of course, they were readying their own presidential campaigns. They're now giving under 5% of what their donations were in 2018. That's a huge loss for Democrats. Hey, it's their money. They can do what they want with it. Their saving grace has been billionaire George Soros, who has stepped up his campaign contributions to fill in some of those gaps. But regardless of party, the role of these big dollar donations has grown so significantly over the last few election cycles that it's more than just putting more money into the system. It's actually changing in ways how the system works. On this week's episode of Meet the Press Reports, we dove deeper into the people behind the campaign funding. Who are these people and what do they want? And yes, we're calling them America's oligarchs because they're that wealthy, they're that rich, and they're looking for that much influence. Here's a look into one of those big conservative donors.
Good evening. Among the most active political players is Peter Thiel. The Silicon Valley tech billionaire and PayPal founder has thrown tens of millions of dollars behind just 2 Senate candidates. In Ohio, he's backing fellow venture capitalist and political outsider J.D. Vance. In Arizona, Thiel donated heavily to the campaign of Blake Masters. Each clinched their respective GOP nominations. And while Masters is happy to espouse his far-right political positions,
in Arizona, there's an invasion at our southern border.
He's much less forthcoming with details about the financial relationship with Thiel, who's estimated to be worth $3.8 billion.
We're just trying to talk about campaign finance.
Producer Ezra Kaplan tried to press the issue with Masters outside an event closed to the press in Scottsdale last month.
Peter gave what he gave, and I'm grateful that he supported that outside group, and I'm working hard every day to raise the money internal to the campaign that we need to go out and spread the message.
Will you be able to stay independent with the money?
Jake Ward is the correspondent behind the reporting of our latest episode of Meet the Press Reports, and he joins me now. So we focused on a couple of billionaire donors. We had Peter Thiel, who's involved in 2 of the biggest Senate races in the country, Ohio and Arizona. We were focusing Arizona there. I had a one-on-one with Sam Bankman-Fried, one of the crypto billionaires who has broken records. What's interesting to me and what Sam said and what I've heard from others is that these billionaires, Jacob, always claim, no. I don't expect anything back. But they get their phone call returned a lot quicker than you and I, don't they?
That's absolutely right. And I mean, Chuck, you don't become a billionaire without being extremely strategic about where you spend your money. And, you look at some of the tactics pioneered by people like the Koch brothers, and you see that, they really transformed over time. In a 2021 interview, Charles Koch, in fact, told an interviewer that he said, we used to give our money to elections directly, but then we decided we instead should go to nonpartisan think tanks, universities, and try and sort of seed the ground to then create a place where the candidates of our dreams could grow, right? And you're seeing with Peter Thiel a new tactic, which is to not put money into the general election, but to pour money instead into primaries. Your money goes further. You wind up
thinking
with
like a venture capitalist, right?
I would say people.
It's like a startup.
That's right, exactly, because you don't become. That's right. You don't become successful unless you are strategic with this kind of stuff. But here's the thing. I just want to say, Chuck, something that really opened my eyes in this report, something I really hadn't understood, is that if you look at the political leanings of billionaires, you would be forgiven for assuming, the way I did going into this, that there's a pretty even split ideologically between left and right when it comes to billionaires. But it turns out when we talk to academics who actually study these billionaires, they find that, in fact, the only people who speak out tend to be left-leaning billionaires. That's people like George Soros,
Bill Gates, Warren Buffett. The people on the more conservative side of things are extraordinarily quiet. So quiet that academics actually refer to it as stealth politics. That's a big part of our reporting. It is a very quiet, very powerful funding base going after stuff that in many cases is utterly divorced from what mainstream voters are interested in. So there's a very big current. This river is hidden and moving fast, and it's something we don't get to see very clearly here in America.
Jacob, we were trying so hard. I think, I want to pat you on the back, pat our team on the back. We tried really hard. Covering campaign finance for television is never easy. And we wanted to bring this alive a little bit. The number of billionaires who spend all this money, influence the public square, influence how tax dollars are spent, they won't even return our calls. Richard Uihlein, I know we tried that. We tried all of these, and Richard Uihlein basically is the man, almost a solo individual behind the Club for Growth, and they're in like multiple states. And we do think you got to know what the agenda is of the billionaires.
It's absolutely right, Chuck. And you're right. We went after many billionaires to try to get their comments, to talk to them about the role of money in politics, to talk to them about their ambitions. Nobody was interested in speaking to us. And that's a common theme. It turns out that, while this is an extraordinarily politically active group, by one estimate, 90% of billionaires are giving money to politics in some form. They were not speaking to us about it. This is, of course, the post-Citizens United world, right? The Supreme Court decision that made the giving of money through corporations a form of free speech, and that basically created the super PAC and the dark money nonprofits that power them. It created a whole ecosystem that we really have a very difficult time looking into. And what's ironic about it is we talked to the architect of Citizens United, a lawyer named James Bopp. He said that he was trying to, in fact, in many ways, counteract the power of those kinds of billionaires. And yet here we are in a world where Blake Masters, one of his primary backers is Peter Thiel, whereas his opponent, Mark Kelly, is funded almost entirely by small donations. And so you really have these people creating candidates in their image. Blake Masters was a student of Peter Thiel's at Stanford University and is now out here on the campaign trail with his money, pushing ideas that he agrees with. And we don't have an opportunity to speak to Thiel. We approached him for comment. He would not comment. And so you have these big actors in politics really shaping the way our government works and our country takes form, and yet we cannot really investigate how they give their money or talk to them directly about their positions because we live in a world of self-politics, Chuck.
No, and what's really frustrating is that it almost feels as if the Byzantine nature of the way campaign donations are allowed to be given, disclosed or not disclosed, that's a feature of the system for these billionaires, not a bug. We got to simplify and amplify.
That's absolutely correct. I think there are so many interesting ideas that people have proposed on the possibility of fighting back against it. One of them is just an academic notion, but imagine a world in which there would in some way be a funded, subsidized lobby pushing back against some of the ideas that billionaires might be interested in. So much of the grassroots stuff that we see in this country doesn't have the proper funding to push back against it. And so it really is a lopsided system and one that is still taking form here, Chuck.
That's right. Money always finds a way. Jake Ward, appreciate your work on this, and please catch more of Jake's reporting on this week's episode of Meet the Press Reports. It's available on demand wherever you're watching us right now or wherever you get NBC News. Up next, Trump's legal scorecard, potential midterm disruptions, and another public January 6 hearing. Why it all matters as voters gear up to hit the polls 46 days away. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Welcome back. Donald Trump's lawyers have 1 week to state on the record that the former president has, as he has repeatedly claimed in the public square, declassified the documents seized by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago, or that the FBI misrepresented its findings in court. Mar-a-Lago investigation is one of at least a half dozen criminal and civil cases facing the former president at this moment. He's got the civil lawsuit brought by New York's Attorney General, who accuses him and his family of financial fraud through the Trump Organization. She also made a criminal referral on that fraud to the Southern District of New York and the IRS. We'll see what they do with it. In Georgia, the Fulton County's DA is investigating efforts to overturn the 2020 election. It's an investigation that is focused on Trump and his inner circle. Remember the infamous phone call with the Secretary of State. The January 6th committee is continuing its investigation in the attack on the Capitol with what's believed to be its final public hearing next Wednesday. Every single one of them has the potential to keep making headlines leading up to the midterms. So for more, I'm joined by Asma Khalid, White House correspondent for NPR, Simone Sanders Townsend, former chief spokesperson for Vice President Harris and host of Simone on MSNBC, and Jim Dornan, Republican strategist and political and government affairs consultant. Asma, let me start with you in this. Trump is not an October surprise. But what all of these legal dramas are these sort of, you don't know what day they hit, but you know that it's like these little landmines between now and November, because I've noticed a lot more Democratic advertising is mentioning Trump more and more. And so this feels like it could matter in the midterm.
And the Democrats that I talk to, I mean, are certainly thrilled about this. I mean, we talk about this all the time, that a midterm is supposed to be a referendum, in theory, on the president in power. And really, by Donald Trump's sort of continued presence, it's become a choice. And Democrats that I talk to think that that's a good thing for the president and the president in power, and, you know, Democrats who are down ticket as well.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I do think it's, look, I think that it is very beneficial to the Democrats who are currently on the ballot, and I'm talking specifically about these governor's races, Senate races, these state legislative races for sure, to be talking about that you have one political party that is dedicated to doing whatever they can to lower inflation, that will uphold democracy and freedoms, and you have another political party that is focused on trying to relitigate an election that is settled. And
it's an
got a
us
former
versus
president.
them.
Yes,
Basically an us versus them argument, right?
You mentioned
not necessarily us versus them, because that, like, we're all Americans, but I do think it's like election deniers versus everybody else. People who believe the sky is blue versus the folks that think it's purple. And, like, where do you want to stand?
Jim?
It is beyond frustrating from where I stand to have to watch this. We had the momentum at our back. Everything was going great. The Mar-a-Lago raid notwithstanding, Trump could have just kept that quiet, but no, he had to make this about him.
He never had to say a thing.
We wouldn't have known.
He didn't have to
we would
know.
have had no idea.
He actually never had to say a thing. He chose to tell us.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
He chose to tell us.
It's difficult to watch because things were going so well 3 months ago. And, I mean, all you have to do is look at Trump's numbers. I mean, no wonder Democrats are happy. I'd be happy, too, if I were a Democrat.
Asma, in our last poll, the fewest number of Republicans identified as a Trump supporter over the Republican Party that we've measured since we started taking that measurement in this poll for 6 years.
Which is unusual, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
unusual.
it's highly unusual. And I do think, you know, the former president's instincts may not always be right, but I think by interjecting himself in the conversation, he thought that that would help, you know, help him, help the party. And I think initially, in those first few days, there did seem to be, I mean, I spoke to Republicans, and the news came out, and I was in Florida, and I went to a local Republican Women's Club meeting. And there was a sense that more than anything else, the Mar-a-Lago raid was going to energize the base of the party. I think as it's dragged on.
The 35% that support him,
Yes,
you know.
exactly.
What about the rest of the suburban Republicans?
There was a sense, though, that it would energize people who felt like going after the former president in such a public way. I think that was an incorrect assumption.
Right.
But in the initial days, I do think there was Republican energy, you know, say the first couple days, the first week. As it's dragged on, as we've seen even Trump-appointed judges clearly not really go the way he thought they were going to go.
Exactly.
I think that the narrative has changed.
Yes, I agree with that.
Let me talk about sort of what I feel like we're watching in the midterms and sort of go, Simone, which is the fact that everybody's right. Meaning there are some places where crime, the economy is trumping some other issues, and you see Republicans benefiting. You see other places where abortion, democracy, and anti-Trump rhetoric is working. You take a place like Arizona, it feels like that's a democracy state, if you will. You take a place like Nevada, let's say Wisconsin, and right now, Ron Johnson's turning it into a referendum on the issue of crime. So it really does feel like there's not a national, but it's like we're in these cross currents here. How would you be navigating this?
Look, I have long since said that I think Democratic candidates this cycle have to ensure that they are running their races and not trying to run to a national conversation. I hear a lot of my Republican friends often say, most recently I was in some conversation with some very prominent Republicans, former electeds, who said, you know, people are going to vote on kitchen table issues across the country. Yes, but depending on where you are, your kitchen table issue is different. For some people, their kitchen table issue is, in fact, abortion, access to the health care that they need. In some places, their kitchen table issue is crime, and so I think it's very important that these folks know their districts. I go back to Pat Ryan.
And in fairness, crime could be, you may be worrying about, you may be worrying not enough cops on the street, or you may be worrying about too many guns on the street, which is a different part of the electorate.
Yes, public safety. It depends. So it really depends on where you are. Look at Pat Ryan. Pat Ryan, New York 19, was a bellwether race. The issue was freedom, and he couched abortion under freedom, and it worked for him.
Same with Kansas. Right now, I see two waves, right? There's Trump plus abortion versus inflation plus crime. So going exactly to your point, Simone, that's going to determine who wins what, because it differs in every place, like your correspondent said earlier.
You know what's interesting, Asma, today is that Kevin McCarthy, I don't think, said the word abortion at all, right? You know, it didn't want to touch it. And you know, we know what he wants the election to be about. But there's certainly Democrats don't want to touch some issues, and some of them, I think, been too reluctant to deal with the crime issue. I think the House tried to deal with this. The joke is it's the Val Deming Senate Campaign Act in the House.
I mean, and immigration's been one that's also tricky for Democrats, right? I mean, I was talking to a Democrat the other day who said, I mean, there's a recognition among some Democratic big city mayors that they have seen an uptick in people moving. They recognize also that the way that Republicans have responded, say governors in Florida and Texas, the Democratic narrative is that's inhumane. Yeah. And that is true, but, you know, the criticism of Democrats is, well, then what's the solution?
What is your solution?
I really think, again, it depends on where you are. I think for some folks, Cuellar, Texas, there are some races in Texas along the border that this is a key issue for them. You have to be willing to talk about and attack the issue. The fact that there have been more apprehensions over the last couple of months means that CBP is doing their job, means that the Biden administration policy is working. Democratic candidates, and not even candidates, Democratic mayors should be willing to say that the process is working. And the reason there are apprehensions is because the Biden border policy is well on its way.
Well, and this is where I give Abbott and DeSantis a little bit of credit, because this was, in my opinion, a base Republican issue, immigration. That it didn't really affect the Democrats.
We see it in our polls. The people most fired up about it are basically base Republicans.
Right, exactly right. And now with these moves, which originally I thought were pretty brilliant, now I think it's getting a little hackneyed, are bringing it to the public, to the public. And so Democrats, Republicans are all seeing it now, too.
But Asma, let's, on the immigration issue, nobody has an incentive to actually provide a solution, because the right likes it as an issue, and the left's fearful of the solution because it alienates certain parts.
True, and for the Democrats too. I mean, here's a cynic in me saying also, I mean, I think it's effective to be able to say that what DeSantis and Abbott did was immoral, and to continue to be able to have this as an issue, to say that it's immoral. I mean, the Democrats haven't, you've seen the Democratic Party, I would say, we did a story on this since the 90s, kind of shift to the left on immigration, but that's not necessarily, you know, you're not offering necessarily tangible solutions, is the criticism.
Well, and I'm curious, Simone, on this, because it does feel like that both parties have gotten farther away, right? The Republicans, there were a lot more Republicans open to Dreamers getting citizenship
that's
4 years
I think
ago.
Dreamers are still pretty popular, though. Like, if you poll folks, the Dreamers are the most popular.
But you had a lot of elected Republicans comfortable being for a pathway to citizenship. You don't hear that anymore.
No.
And then you also don't hear a lot about border security among Democrats.
That's what I was going to say. You also had Democrats.
Yeah.
It was in their platform. If you go back to the 90s.
It was in the...
It was not in the
90s. We can look to 2008.
Yeah, that's true.
The Obama-Biden administration policy on immigration. And that first time, honey, it was not what the Biden-Harris administration policy looks like now. Look, I think I worked on border issues when I was at the White House. Obviously, the border issues, root causes of migration, that was in the vice president's portfolio. Worked on those things. There's the problem here is obviously there's no easy solution, and you have to choose your words wisely, because on one hand, the activists will come for you and say you're being inhumane, you're not saying people should be able to seek asylum. On another hand, folks will say you sound like Donald Trump.
All right, I want to close with this. Ted Budd's with Donald Trump today. Good idea or not? You know North Carolina.
No.
You've worked for Richard Burr in the past.
No, I think it's a terrible idea. I think that there are too many, and I sound like a broken record, suburban college-educated suburban women who are looking at Trump and going, my God, when is he going to go away?
And Simone Valdemings is skipping a Biden-Charlie Crist event in Florida. What do you think?
You know, I'm interested. I'm interested. Look, I think Val Demings has calculated that what is best for her is to be somewhere else at that time. And I think Charlie Crist has calculated, rightfully so, that what's best for him is to be standing there with Joe Biden.
Well, when
Gotta run your race.
When you're missing a couple of dollars in your bank account, as Charlie Crist is, you'll take any help you can get right now on that one. Asma, Simone, and Jim, thank you all. After the break, we have historic unrest and public acts of defiance by women intensify in Iran. This is actually really, in some ways, inspiring. We'll see what happens, though. The latest in the protest and the regime's attempts to quell them. And the U.S. response is ahead.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load every single morning.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Welcome back. Iran's president is now back in Tehran after attending the UN General Assembly. He returns to mass protests in his country after a 22-year-old woman was arrested for not following the country's strictly enforced dress code. And she later died while in police custody. Iran's police claims she had a pre-existing condition and died of a heart attack. Her family denies those claims. In response, the U.S. announced sanctions on Iran's morality police. And the State Department says they are taking steps to expand internet access in Iran, despite the government's internet blackouts. Joined now by our Tehran bureau chief, Ali Arouzi. Ali, what's it look like today? And we are able to talk with you, which means that the shutting down of the internet has been lifted, at least temporarily. What can you tell us?
Hey, Chuck. Well, look, the protests are still going on nationwide in all four corners of Iran. People have been protesting for 7 days. They're still going on tonight. But, you know, the security presence has become massive across the country. The authorities here are determined to put this down, but there's still a big group of determined youth to reach their rights. But, Chuck, we have some equipment that we can get on air with. That's not the same for the rest of the country here. The internet is completely down in Iran. It's barely working. You can't access any search engines. No apps work. No social media works. None of that works. You can't go into Google. And most importantly for the authorities here, people can't message each other, which means they can't mobilize in different locations. And equally important to the authorities, they can't upload videos of the rolling crackdown. There is no documentation anymore of what's going on in the streets, and that's an ominous sign of what may come if these protests don't settle down. But there is an atmosphere of great tension here right now, and it's very somber. I mean, you'll hear in the distance cars honking, people shouting. You'll see tired people coming back from the protests. Riot police spread across the city, and you just don't know what every new day is going to bring here, because this is such a big subject here. The headscarf was the biggest taboo for the Islamic Republic to take it off. I mean, this was one of the pillars of the revolution. And just to put it in some perspective for you, Chuck, there were a group of women a couple of years ago called the Girls of Revolutionary Street. Lone women would stand on a utility box, take off their headscarf and start waving it on the street. They would be promptly arrested, and they would get double-digit jail sentences. Now you're seeing girls across Iran burning their headscarves, cutting their hair. And the authorities here are going to do everything to try and put this back in the box, but the genie is now out of the bottle. It's a whole new day here, and it's a serious problem now for the Islamic Republic about what are they going to do now about the hijab, about other social injustices that go on here. And it's also incredible, Chuck. You're seeing 17, 18-year-old girls that have dyed their hair blue or yellow or green, facing off with riot police, saying, I'm not going to put my headscarf back on. We saw a video today of a young girl in Tehran standing on a bench in the middle of the street. The female morality police had come to arrest her. She goes, I'm just not going with you. I'm not putting my headscarf on. I'm not going with you. And there were people on the streets supporting her. But the government are also calling on their supporters to come out. There have been large government rallies today. They're planned tomorrow. So the tension keeps increasing, and we just don't know where this whole thing's going to go. Ali, you've been reporting for us for decades. Compare this to 2009. It has some similarities because it's a very youthful movement. They're talking about social injustices. They want change, but that was a very different beast then. That, I think, that at the beginning, that was about people not wanting Ahmadinejad to come back into power. And the thing really got out of hand. This is a leaderless movement of people that want their rights. So it's a bit different this time. Ali Arouzi in Tehran for us. Ali, I know this is not an easy assignment, especially at times like this. Stay safe. Thanks for your reporting. Still to come, we're on the ground in Ukraine where the Kremlin is orchestrating a possible pretext for further annexation. This against a backdrop of alleged war crimes. A gruesome new United Nations report. Growing backlash in Russia. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So we understand that this so-named referendums, it will be absolutely, I don't know how to name it. It will mean nothing.
Meaningless. You believe it's meaningless?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. It means nothing, not for Ukraine, not for civilized world.
Welcome back. That was part of my exclusive interview with the Prime Minister of Ukraine yesterday, calling the referendums that began today, quote, meaningless. 4 Russian-occupied regions began voting, and we put that in air quotes, and what many countries, including the United States, are calling a sham. The U.S. and Western allies are warning that Russia will manipulate the results and use it as a pretext to annex more Ukrainian territory. And of course, then after that, then it becomes you're attacking Russia, and that's a new pretext that obviously Mr. Putin would like to create. Meanwhile, in Izium, Ukrainian officials say they have finished exhuming bodies from that mass grave that was discovered. It's a total of 436 bodies that were found. Most of them appeared to have died violently. 30 of them showed signs of torture. All of this comes as the United Nations Human Rights Council made it public a report today with some extremely disturbing findings. The report details a lengthy list of atrocities, including finding that Russian troops raped and tortured children, carried out a, quote, large number of executions. So I'm joined now by Richard Engel. He's in Kharkiv, Ukraine. And Richard, the conversations I had with the Ukrainian Prime Minister and the German Chancellor, they both said these crimes are going to be documented, and someday, some point, Putin will be held accountable. But that's a long way off.
It might be a long way off, but war crimes tribunals often will take decades before they achieve some sort of result. And what we're seeing here, unlike in other conflicts I've seen before, is they are in a systematic way trying to document each and every case. They are not just looking for the most egregious examples. They're not just looking for that one mass grave. They are, and I watched this happen in Izium, they are literally digging up old graves, pulling the bodies, some of them in a terrible state of decomposition, and they are trying to retroactively figure out how these people died, who may have killed them, collect witness accounts. The government is doing this. I've seen independent journalists who are doing this as well. They've created flip books where they have the faces of potential suspects, alleged war criminals, Russian soldiers. And investigators are going house to house, asking survivors, asking witnesses, have they seen this person? Do they recognize that face? They're also combing through Russian social media once they have a match to see if they can find that person's profile. They're looking at tattoos. They're using some rudimentary AI to try and make connections through social media. So this is a civil, public and private effort that has been going on for 7 months now. And when you try and compile this kind of data, and once you have a sort of a quorum of information, you actually get better at it. So once they start to recognize names and recognize faces, then they get more clues, and the clues build on each other.
I don't have a lot of time, but I'm curious, what is the Ukrainian government, are they attempting anything to sort of push back at these referendums in these occupied areas of Ukraine?
Only so far as to discredit them, and generally they seem to be discrediting themselves. You have a referendum being held in 4 different areas under duress, under Russian occupation. You have Russian-backed militias going house to house, in some cases armed, according to witness accounts, asking people publicly to vote yes or no. Do they want to join up with Russia, in front of people who clearly want the answer to be yes, join up with Russia. So I think these are not going to be considered credibly internationally, let alone by Ukrainian officials.
Richard Engel in Kharkiv for us tonight. Richard, thank you. And as always, sir, please stay safe. We'll be back next week with more Meet the Press Now. And of course, I'll see you Sunday. Meet the Press is on your local NBC News station. I'll have the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. You saw I had those previous interviews with the German Chancellor. Ukrainian Prime Minister Jake Sullivan will be responding to some of their asks. I also have Congressman Jamie Raskin from the January 6th Committee, as well as Nancy Mace, Republican of South Carolina. NBC News Now, though, will continue with Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with what is going down literally on Wall Street today, with the Dow just closing the lowest it's been this year, the lowest since 2020, and basically the bummer cherry on top of a long week cake. Okay, just ahead, why our team says the markets are in crisis. And after leaving behind chaos in the Caribbean, you've got Hurricane Fiona, now a Category 4, headed straight to Canada, where it might be the strongest storm they've ever seen because of, you guessed it, climate change. We're on the ground with folks getting ready for the worst. Plus, a new report shows people are going back into the office, but not nearly as often as they did before the pandemic. So is this the moment of reckoning over the future of work? And in our original, environmental activists being hunted down for trying to tell the world about deforestation in the Amazon. Why this has now caught the attention of the U.S. military. We'll bring our groundbreaking reporting from Peru on the hunt for green blood. And in tonight's backstory, we get the inside scoop on the so-called blackout with the Washington Post reporter behind the story on why black coaches are being denied head coaching jobs in the NFL. Hey, I'm Hallie, and if you've been watching the markets this week, and you've been watching them like this, maybe keep your hands over your eyes, okay? Because the markets are flirting with bear territory, with more predictions today about a possible recession. So what does it mean for your money? Here we go. Start with the Dow, okay? Closing at a new low this year. It's only the second time it's been in a bear market since the Great Recession, and the lowest it's been since November 2020. The S&P and NASDAQ also down more than 1.5% today. Why? Remember what the Fed did a couple days ago. They hiked interest rates. Plus, there's stubborn inflation, and that is making the markets nervous. How nervous? A new CNBC survey of economists and strategists shows they think there's a better than 50% chance the U.S. could dip into a recession within the next year, and that is trickling down beyond the markets to everybody's lives at home, all of our lives. Do you get that new car now? Do you wait? Do you go on that vacation you've been planning? Or do you save every extra penny starting ASAP? Joining me now is Frank Holland with CNBC. So, Frank, what happened today? Why are you saying these markets are in crisis here? Help us understand it.
Well, I mean, we can say crisis, we can say turmoil, you can pick your term here, but the Dow entering so-called bear market territory is really another difficult day on Wall Street. The blue chip Dow losing almost 500 points and just falling lower. The S&P and the Nasdaq both finishing 1.5% lower, and this is the 5th negative week in the last 6 that we've seen a slide, as you mentioned, largely caused by the Fed raising interest rates in an effort to reduce inflation and slow down the economy without causing a recession. What we're seeing in the markets today is a lot of skepticism that the Fed's plan will work. And recent comments from the CEO of FedEx saying that he's seeing a slowdown in manufacturing and other industries tied to consumer spending, just fueling the worries that we're seeing all around the world and especially here in the U.S. And of course, those rising interest rates making homes, automobiles, and other large consumer purchases more expensive than they were at the start of the year, and making a lot of people say, hey, should I buy that, or should I maybe wait and hold on to my money?
We say it all the time here on this show, the markets are not the economy, right? But we are seeing it all tied together. I think it's hard not to miss the news of what has happened in the markets, even just this week alone. And now the way we're putting into the broader landscape, the lowest the Dow's closed since November of 2020, right? How are people supposed to think financially about their own money with so much uncertainty right now in the market?
Well, first and foremost, when we're talking this bear market territory, these are Wall Street terms, as you mentioned. Some people see that 20% drop as what a bear market or bear market territory represents as being arbitrary. The real thing you want to pay attention to, this is a dramatic fall from highs of within this last year. So when you see something like this, it can often be a warning signal for a larger recession. One of the times we saw this as a warning signal was the Great Recession, where we saw a bear market for 17 months as the economy largely crashed due to the subprime mortgage crisis. Much different climate with near historic low unemployment, but obviously a lot of concerns if you have your 401k or you have other financial decisions to make.
Have there been bear markets that haven't triggered a recession, or we haven't seen a recession after?
You know, not in recent history, but again, it's kind of an arbitrary term. It's really that 20% drop, but it's often just a signal for very difficult economic times going forward.
Frank Holland from CNBC, thank you so much for being on top of this one. I bet we're talking again Monday. Thanks. It's about to get really real for people in Canada who are bracing for a history-making storm, potentially, that the Hurricane Center says will have a massive impact for hundreds of miles along the Atlantic coast. You've got Hurricane Fiona. Look at this, strengthening back up to a Category 4 hurricane. Category 4, 130-mile-an-hour winds, set to hit land sometime overnight. Our team at NBC says Fiona could also set a record for lowest pressure ever recorded. And here's why that's a big deal, because the lower the pressure, the stronger the storm and the stronger the wind. It says Fiona is also leaving behind a path of destruction in Bermuda, hit just this morning, where 18,000 people still do not have power. And look at this just wild video from inside Fiona out in the Atlantic. So this is shot from what's called a sail drone. That's like a drone that basically sits on the water. These are massive waves, guys, 50 feet tall, 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Big picture. All of what we're seeing may only keep getting worse because of climate change. The water in the North Atlantic is getting warmer faster than any other big body of water in the world. Warmer waters, stronger storms. We've got it all covered, and I want to start with Maggie Vespa, who was live for us in Canada, where they are talking power outages, damage to buildings, flooding like they have never seen before.
Yeah, Hallie, exactly. You know, you and I have been talking throughout the day. I don't know if you can see it or hear it, but we can definitely feel it. The rain is getting stronger. The wind is blowing harder. I mean, basically, the effects of Fiona are intensifying in real time. And again, we've been telling you about the precautions the city is taking. We have public transit, this ferry headed toward us, making their final routes of the evening. That's expected to shut down again. That's public transit here at 8 o'clock tonight. Also, this boardwalk here along the Halifax shoreline, completely empty. Officials shutting that down for the first time. One woman told us that she could ever remember. Frankly, people here say they've been through coastal storms, they've been through hurricanes, but they are really scared. Listen to what the mayor told us earlier today.
People who are scared are smart, and we hope that it doesn't come to the most extreme, but we bloody well need to be ready for it to be that.
So again, Hallie, as you said, they're expecting power outages, building damage. People have been stocking up on generators, bottled water, non-perishables. The mayor saying a lot of people expecting to be without power in their homes for 2 or 3 days, potentially at least. Hallie.
I know one of the folks at the Canadian Hurricane Center today said this storm could be bigger than Juan in 2003, which was deadly, killed 8 people, and stronger than Dorian just a few years ago, which left 500,000 people with no power. And it's happening in the place with the fastest warming waters in the world.
Yeah, that's an alarming trend. And the mayor pointing out, he said, he's from Halifax and he's been mayor of this city for about a decade. And he said, we've seen hurricanes come our way before, but historically, as you're pointing out, they've always weakened as they've come north because the water has been cold, and that just effectively weakens the hurricane as it approaches the northeast, the U.S. coast, and then moves its way up into Canada. But that's no longer the case anymore. The waters here are warming quickly. And frankly, the mayor said what's really scary is that this is becoming the new normal. Hallie, I'll send it back to you.
Maggie, Vespa, stay safe, stay dry as much as you can tonight and tomorrow. Appreciate it. Morgan Chesky is posted up in Bermuda for us, where people are now, Morgan, picking up the pieces from Fiona. I can hear sirens behind you. The weather looks decent, but the recovery is just beginning.
Yeah, Hallie, you're absolutely right. Although it is interesting. We have had several ambulances go past us throughout the day. We have learned that one of those trips was a result of a generator fire. Someone who had lost power then misran a generator, causing it to catch fire. Minor injury there. Outside of that, though, I have had a chance to speak to the Minister of National Security here in Bermuda, and he tells me that on this island of about 60,000 people, there is scattered damage, and he went so far as to say maybe the roofs of 4 or 5 homes were damaged. Outside of that, he has not noted any significant damage to the island. We do know that power outages still remain at this hour, but no one was hurt. And I think that's very important to say as a result of this glancing blow from Fiona that happened early this morning, more than 100 miles off the coast. Still, we witnessed the damage of those powerful winds, snapping power poles in the community of St. George's, where we've been located over the past 72 hours. And I think that a lot of people here saw what happened in Puerto Rico, saw what happened in the Dominican Republic and Turks and Caicos, and they did feel for a moment that they might be next on that list. Fortunately, Fiona stuck to that track to the west, but even this glancing blow really surprised a lot of people as to the extent of the power this hurricane had when it roared through. We're still getting a little bit of rain as it makes its way north to where Maggie is, but as of right now, it's just a good reminder, at least people here telling me, that they never take any storm lightly, no matter where it is.
That's right.
Hallie?
That's right. Morgan Chesky, that is good advice, no matter the location. Thank you. To Michelle Grossman now, who's watching all of this for us and the track. We know Canada is in the sort of bullseye of this storm for the next 24 hours, but we've also just learned the governor of Florida is issuing states of emergency down there for a storm that doesn't even have a name yet. What's up with that?
That's right. Yeah. So we'll start with Fiona and then we'll get to Tropical Depression 9 because that's going to be a big story throughout next week. First with Fiona, it's a big storm. It's a strong storm and it's going to cause a lot of damage, as Maggie had mentioned. We're looking at really strong winds at 130 miles per hour. Those are sustained, though, 125 miles per hour now. Those are sustained, but they're gusting higher than that. It's moving fast at 40 miles per hour, expecting to make landfall as early as tomorrow morning. But you saw with Maggie, we're seeing the impacts already. We're going to see really heavy rainfall, even 10 inches in some spots. The winds are going to be a problem. Even by tomorrow, seeing winds gusting up to 109. We have to remember it's the first full day of fall. We still have lots of leaves on the trees. Power lines are going to come down. Trees are going to come down. Easier to come down with those leaves on there. And that's going to create some power outages, many as we go throughout the day. Now let's switch over to Tropical Depression 9. Still does not have a name, but it does have that closed low. Don't be deceived because this is going to be a big storm over the next several days. Most likely becoming Hurricane Ian. Right now, we're seeing winds at 35 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. It's moving through the Caribbean. Really, really warm waters, bath warm waters. And the Gulf is really warm, too, with temperatures in the mid-80s, some in the upper 80s. So that's going to help strengthen the storm. And look what happens as we go throughout time here. We're looking at the track most likely impacting portions of the southeast, most likely impacting portions of the west coast of Florida. It's been 5 years since we've seen a hurricane there. So by Monday, becoming a Cat 1 storm, and we do expect a major hurricane as we head throughout the next 12 days. Now, as of the latest advisory at 5 o'clock, we're seeing this downgraded to a tropical storm, but just an hour ago, they had this at a Cat 3 storm. So we have to watch this closely. It is the weekend. Hopefully, most of us have off. We need to prepare for this now. And as we go throughout Wednesday, we're going to see either a tropical storm or a hurricane there. Hallie?
Michelle Grossman, thank you for that. And I know we will be talking again next week, too. Appreciate it. To Ukraine now, where Ukrainians in 4 Russian-occupied territories are being forced to be a part of sham referendums on whether they should join Russia. And again, it's voting that's already been deemed staged, right? People don't think it's real. The U.S., Kyiv, Western allies, they all think this is really just a mess, frankly. It's coming as a new UN investigation out today found that Russian troops have raped and tortured children in Ukraine. Horrific potential evidence of war crimes. That Russian troops have also carried out a large number of executions. Russia denies it, even defending some of its conduct since the start of the war. It's coming as in Russia, they're walking back that big announcement from Vladimir Putin, calling on more people to fight. The defense ministry is now saying men working in banking, IT, or telecoms are not going to have to be called up into the military to fight after all. Here's Erin McLaughlin with more.
Hey, Hallie. Well, Ukrainians living in these occupied areas where the referendum is now underway are absolutely terrified. We were messaging with one man living in an occupied area who said he's so scared he can feel the fear in his bones. He said it's the equivalent to a nuclear strike because not only is he concerned that his home is about to be annexed by the Russian Federation, but he's also concerned that if he becomes a Russian citizen, he could then become a part of Vladimir Putin's so-called partial mobilization and forced to fight against his own country. In his words, it is the worst case scenario for him. He said that with the referendum now underway, there are reports that Russian soldiers are going door to door with ballot boxes, collecting ballots. He said he hadn't seen that so far. In his case, he did see, though, a mobile unit out on the streets. People are going up, casting their ballots with Russian soldiers armed, present. He said that it's very clear that this is all happening with people under duress, and that is very much in line with Ukrainian and U.S. assessments that this is a sham referendum. It's basically an excuse for Russian President Vladimir Putin to annex these areas, and in the words of one Ukrainian official, essentially burn all bridges behind him, compelling him to continue with this brutal war, in their view, to try and get the West to back off its support, to back off sending weapons to Ukraine. Ukrainian officials say, though, they do not believe this is going to work, Hallie.
Erin McLaughlin reporting for us there from Ukraine. Today, the U.S. announcing new steps to try to get Iranians more internet after the government shut it down because of protests over the death of a young woman, Mahsa Amini, in police custody. She was taken in for allegedly violating the country's dress code. So now the U.S. is saying tech firms will be able to give more digital services to people in Iran, from stuff like cloud computing to more security, more privacy. These demonstrations have turned deadly. 26 people so far have been killed, and we are still seeing Iranians storm the streets. We're also now seeing people defending the government, a few thousand attending a rally in Tehran, with the government saying the demonstrators were spontaneous, right? Saying that it was a show of spontaneity. Ali Arouzi is in Tehran and joins us now. Ali, some of these images have been extraordinary that we've seen. There has been the situation of the internet, and I spoke with somebody today who suggested that could get worse in the days to come. What's happening now, and what comes next in terms of accountability for Amini's family?
Hey, Hallie. Well, the internet is all but down. It's barely working. I mean, you can't access search engines. All social media and messaging apps are blocked. And most importantly for the authorities, people can't communicate to try and mobilize or upload videos of the rolling crackdowns, which they really don't want people to get out. And there are still large crowds protesting across the country, but we're seeing much less video being put out by them. And Hallie, this is straight out of the Islamic Republic's playbook. During times of unrest, they pull the plug on the internet. You'll remember in 2009, there were mass protests over the gasoline hike in this country. The government enforced a 10-day internet blackout. During that period, there was a lot of people killed and no images got out. But this time, the U.S. wants to help. Secretary Blinken tweeted that they took action today to advance the internet freedom and the free flow of information for Iranians, to provide people with greater access to digital communication, to counter the Iranian government censorship. And under Secretary Blinken's tweet, Elon Musk tweeted, activating Starlink over Iran. And as for Mahsa Amini's family, it's really unlikely that they're going to get any accountability or any closure. People within the system are rarely held to account here, Hallie. You'll recall after Qasem Soleimani was killed in 2020, tensions were boiling with the U.S. Yeah. The Iranians shot down a Ukrainian passenger plane taking off from Tehran airport. They killed 167 people on board. Everybody on board, not a single person has been held to account for that tragedy. And going to Amini's family, it's going to be a very, very sad path for them. Today, the country's interior minister said that after conducting the early stages of an investigation into Amini's death, it was clear that she wasn't beaten.
Ali Arouzi, it's so important to have you there, bringing us that reporting from on the ground in Tehran. Thank you so much for being there. Back here at home, Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz, who's been under investigation for a couple of years now about an alleged sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl and potential sex trafficking. Turns out he may not end up facing any charges at all, according to the Washington Post, which says prosecutors are recommending that Gaetz not be charged, partly because of what they say are credibility issues with the two main witnesses. A lawyer for Gaetz tells CNBC that when she hears from the DOJ, she'll be happy to talk. The DOJ so far declining to comment. We should note Gaetz has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. Joining us now here is Ken Delaney. And so, Ken, it doesn't often happen that when prosecutors recommend something to the DOJ, they don't follow what prosecutors say, right? So it seems pretty likely, if this reporting holds up, that Gaetz is not going to be charged.
That's very true, Hallie. And what the career prosecutors apparently are saying is that there are some problems with some of these witnesses, not that they don't believe them, but that they're worried a jury might not believe them. And they haven't really said what the issue was with the woman in the case, who was apparently 17 when she met Congressman Gaetz.
And she's one of the witnesses they're talking
She's one of the witnesses, exactly. But the other witnesses is a guy named Joel Greenberg, who pleaded guilty to a lot of crimes and cut a deal with prosecutors.
Kind of a buddy of Gaetz, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it turns out that one of the things he admitted to is accusing another person of sexual misconduct. And so it seems like there was some thought that maybe that's not, it's a little too similar to what he's accusing Gaetz of, and maybe that wouldn't be credible to a jury. These kinds of things happen, but after so long investigating this, you got to believe this was a tough decision for career prosecutors.
When might we know, like on the record, you know, when might there be some sort of filing or whatever, or will we never know because that's how these things work?
It's actually very rare that the DOJ publicly announces they've declined to prosecute somebody. In this case, they might, because it's so high profile, or they may just tell Gaetz' lawyers, in which case he would announce it. But they generally just don't like to talk about these secret investigations.
Ken Delaney, and super interesting. Thank you so much for that. Sticking with politics here, the midterm battle tonight, ideological lines officially drawn now, right? As the race to the midterms turns into a full-on sprint. Abortion and women's rights, the economy, crime, the Trump factor, all front and center today. Look what's happening tonight. You've got the former president holding a campaign rally. This is the first time he's doing something like this since the DOJ was given the green light to start looking through those classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago. Well, President Biden, the current president today, got kind of spicy, laying out a real sharp case against MAGA Republicans, as he calls them, on everything from January 6th to election integrity, from abortion to encouraging people to vote.
In just 46 days, democracy will be on the ballot. Rejecting the will of the people and accepting the results of a fair and free election is what we're about, not what they're about.
On the other side of the aisle, you've got Republicans laying out what they call the Commitment to America agenda, what House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy thinks could be the big winner for them to try to get them to take over the House in November and then put this agenda in place moving forward. Listen to some of what they've talked about.
We're going to repeal 87,000 IRS agents. We should ensure women only compete in women's sports.
We see crime skyrocketing. That is a direct result of Democrats' one-party defund the police policies and rhetoric.
A House Republican majority will not be afraid to hold China accountable.
Joining me now is Vaughn Hilliard, live from North Carolina. And Vaughn, today feels like a good example of a day of tell me we're getting close to the midterms without telling me we're getting close to the midterms, because you had Democrats and Republicans very clearly laying out where they are on the political spectrum, ideologically almost entirely opposed.
We're in it, Hallie, here. Donald Trump is holding a rally in Wilmington, North Carolina. The guy over my right shoulder is Ted Budd, the Republican candidate for the Senate here in North Carolina, and what will be one of many closely contested battles around the country here. And you said it, both sides here are laying down, when we're talking about policy here, I think the Senate race here is actually even a good example of what Joe Biden and Kevin McCarthy were talking about today. Ted Budd is focusing on crime in North Carolina cities. He's focusing on inflation, yet at the same time campaigning alongside Donald Trump. Ted Ted Budd, he's currently a member of the U.S. House. He voted at Donald Trump's will to object to Joe Biden's win in the 2020 election. But then on the other side, you've got the Democrat, Sherry Beasley, who is a former Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. And she says, look, I have worked my entire life to uphold justice, just notably being the Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court. But she's been out in the exurbs of some of these communities like Charlotte, Raleigh, Greensboro, focusing on abortion, trying to win over some of those more independent or even Republican women, especially, saying that I am pro-reproductive rights, and it is worth in this election more than ever to come over and vote for the Democrat here at the federal level, Hallie.
One of the key things, Vaughn, as you are there now live at this rally from former President Trump, has been, and one of the things we're watching, the intensification of his embrace of QAnon conspiracy theories. We saw that today as he went kind of above and beyond in reposting some of those extremist views. Again, like made up stuff, right, on his platform. Some of it compared him to like religious figures. He still has a big impact on his base here who believe a lot of what he says.
Right. We have to be very forward about what Donald Trump's embrace here over the last weeks of QAnon means here. This is a movement that was very much fringe, pushed to the side. Even folks at Trump rallies. The Trump staff used to not allow people to wear Q material here at the rallies. That's not the case anymore. And he is using... Yeah.
But I got to tell people what it is. I mean, the conspiracy theory is based on the belief that satanic pedophiles who eat children are being pulled on puppet strings to secretly run the government. I mean, that's what the core of this bananas theory is.
This is not hyperbole. These people believe Donald Trump is the leader that is going to come using the U.S. military and reclaim power, not only here in the United States, but going to mass arrest Democrats, government officials, Hollywood figures, other elites, imprison them, and then go as far as executing them. And we were out here earlier this afternoon, Hallie, asking random folks to what extent they believe these things. And individual after individual told us and repeated those very wild claims, and they believe that Donald Trump, over the last couple of weeks, has embraced the movement unlike at any time before. This is serious. He is still very much the leader of this Republican Party, and you saw Mehmet Oz in Pennsylvania, J.D. Vance in Ohio over the last 2 weeks stand on side alongside Donald Trump. You got Ted Budd here in North Carolina. He's going to Michigan next week. This is still very much a Republican Party that is willing to stand on stage with him, a man who at the same time is embracing the very, very fringe of his party. This is a very dangerous path, and one that is encompassing individuals and lifting them up at a time that could lead to violence, at a time that we're just 45 days away from a very important midterm election, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard, it's important reporting live for us there on the campaign trail. Vaughn, thank you. Coming up, we are just getting a statement in now from the fiance of the Boston Celtics coach, who was just suspended over what's being called an improper relationship on the job. We're going to have all that coming up. Plus, the Super Bowl halftime show has a new sponsor, and that news made fans of one pop star go nuts online. That's in our 5 things.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A guy looking for a bargain at an estate sale ended up with a piece of history. We've got that story in a couple minutes in our 5 things. But first, another big disciplinary issue inside the NBA developing now as the league gets ready to start its season. First, an owner suspended over a pattern of disturbing workplace conduct. And now, a top coach for an improper relationship. Right as we came on the air, we heard from the fiance of head coach Ime Udoka of the Boston Celtics, who was suspended for the entire season last night. In a statement, actress Nia Long is asking for privacy during what she calls this difficult time. The Celtics say Udoka violated team policies, with the team owner saying today they're doing their best to uphold what he described as the Celtics' strong values.
I personally feel that this is well-warranted and appropriate, backed by substantial research and evidence and facts.
Reports say Udoka was having consensual and intimate relationship with a female member of the team staff. In a statement to ESPN, he apologized and said he accepted the team's decision. And listen, this is significant, right? Because the Celtics are an iconic sports franchise. They went to the NBA Finals last year. They're one of the favorites to win it all this season. Stephanie Gosk is joining us now. Steph, what are the details that we know of this, and what happens next in this investigation, this suspension?
Well, you know, Hallie, this is really interesting in part because what we're learning is from some media reports. Places like ESPN have some sources that are providing them information. None of those details are coming from the team itself. The team basically just came out with a statement that said that they were suspending Udoka for a year and that he violated their policies. And like you point out, this is a coach who took them to the NBA Finals. It was his first year with the team as a head coach, a rookie head coach. And now suddenly he's benched for the year. There are a lot of details we don't know. What we have heard from ESPN and a couple of other outlets is that there was this consensual relationship. We now know, talking to or hearing from the management of the team, that they launched an investigation over the summer starting in July. The results of that investigation came out just a couple of days ago, and that's when they took this fairly extraordinary step.
When you look big picture, Steph, and you know this well because you've covered it, other leagues, the NBA, there have been some scandals, et cetera. But the Celtics owner says this particular issue with Udoka is not part of a broader culture problem. There are some questions over whether the punishment was too severe, over the consequences here.
Right, because all we know is this report from an anonymous source that says it was a consensual relationship. But this is a significant penalty. There were a lot of people saying, this seems like it's too big. How could this possibly fit the crime of a consensual relationship with a female colleague? But you heard management today from the Celtics calling this appropriate, and it really does allude to the fact that there are details we just don't know. But you are also looking at a league that is saying to itself, we need to right this ship and make sure we're on a course that has the values that we want to embrace and that our fans want us to embrace going forward, Hallie.
Stephanie Goss, thank you for this reporting. Glad you're on top of it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. Guess what? He was not back on the stand in his Connecticut trial today for cross-examination like we thought he was going to be. Why not? His lawyers says he wanted to lower the temperature after things got super combative yesterday. Remember, we told you about that on the show. Jones is expected to testify again next week. He's already been found liable for defamation for lying about Sandy Hook. This trial now is to figure out how much money he should pay to victims' families for spreading lies about what he described as a hoax. It obviously was not. Number 2, British novelist Hilary Mantel has died suddenly at age 70, according to her publisher HarperCollins. The award-winning author is known for her huge historical fiction novel Wolf Hall, and then, of course, its sequels. Her publisher called her one of the greatest English novelists of this century. Number 3, the NFL says Pepsi is getting replaced as the new Super Bowl halftime show sponsor by Apple Music. It's a 5-year deal, $50 million a year, according to the Sports Business Journal. So do you have any guesses on who the performer could be? Some people thought it might have been Taylor Swift because the NFL's announcement came at midnight. Her new album is going to be called Midnight. I don't know. Is there something there? Is it speculation? We will wait and see. Number 4, tennis legend Roger Federer is playing his last pro match today, doubles match at the Laver Cup in London. And he's playing alongside his longtime rival and friend, Rafael Nadal. Federer's won 20 Grand Slam titles in his career. This is a moment for tennis right now. First Serena, then Federer. Number 5, a man in Maine who was just looking for a nice estate sale bargain ended up with a treasure instead. Look at what he found. It's a piece of parchment that academics say is 700 years old. It's part of a prayer book used in medieval France. The guy bought it for $75. Do you know how much it's worth, maybe? 10 grand. That's not a bad return on that investment. Still to come. More of us, more workers are back in offices, but we are still nowhere near pre-pandemic levels. And one of the world's biggest companies has some advice you may find surprising for the office. That's next.
You get one beautiful life to live.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
NASA's been trying to launch that new Artemis rocket for weeks now, and it looks like this next attempt might end up delayed also. We've got that later on in the local. But first, today, some new numbers are out showing more people are going back to the office in person. And while it is more people than this time last year, it's still not nearly as much as it was pre-pandemic. If you work in an office, just look around. You are probably living these numbers you see on the screen here. About 47% of workers in cities across the country are going in person compared to pre-pandemic. But there's still this tension, right, between employers, companies who want people back, and the workers who want their flexibility. Some organizations also have questions about how productive people actually are while working from home. And now Microsoft has some advice for managers. Don't spy on people. It's coming out of a new survey they just ran where they found that most managers, 80% plus, worry that they can't tell if their employees are getting enough work done. Jake Ward is joining us now. And Jake, let's start with the fact that this week more people came back to the office. I assume the big factors driving that are it's back to school season, COVID is potentially less of a concern in lots of places in the country.
That's right. I mean, we're looking here, Hallie, at, an enormous reordering of things. The pandemic just blew up our expectation of how things were supposed to work. We thought of handshakes and sometimes even hugs as, the sort of the new world of being together in an office. But suddenly we, transformed all of that. Now managers are reporting real trouble, and now suddenly there's this big pressure to bring people back. But yeah, as you mentioned, there are all these different strange, particular ideas. The idea that there's less access to work resources and equipment, less connection to an organization's culture, less collaboration. These are the things that people are reporting as challenges. But think about it this way. The senior corporate leadership at these companies, 85% of them are reporting that they do not feel that their workers are getting enough done. Meanwhile, 87% of people surveyed, this is according to a big Microsoft survey, those workers, 87% of those workers say we're getting done plenty. Our work productivity is fine. So when the leadership and the workers are as divided on this thing as they are, it's really not clear where it's going to go, Hallie.
And the leadership is worried that, are their employees not getting enough done, right? Which is, you have 8 of the 10 biggest private employers tracking productivity metrics, according to the Times. Employee surveillance, this idea of it is really interesting. I got to be honest, Jake, I just assume that, our company knows what I ordered for dinner last night and my online shopping. I'm an open book, right? But that concept, they can see your Slacks, they can see your emails. How much are people really getting monitored to find out how productive they're being?
Well, certainly the potential to do that sort of monitoring is everywhere. I mean, the technology that you and I use to communicate at all times is both technologically and legally an open book to our employers. When you, type something into a work-owned laptop on a work-owned piece of software, that's it. They get to read all of that. And there are all sorts of services that offer companies the opportunity to find out what we're saying to one another, how often, we're in theory looking at our screens, typing to our screens. There are even services these days, Hallie, that actually look at the content of the conversation that you're having between workers and make suggestions on how to be a little cooler to your coworker or cooler to your customers, right? So we are in an intense age of corporate surveillance. How many of those companies are really going to be taking advantage of this as you get into the smaller kinds of companies? We don't know. But as you know, 8 of the 10 largest employers are doing something about it. But Microsoft, and this is the weird part, right? They're saying, don't do this, even though that company has experimented with it themselves. They just think it's going to blow up the relationship between workers and their employers, and that seems to be a really important point here.
Stepping back, Jake, I mean, everything we've talked about this week, just look at this week alone, this return to work thing. We've covered the 4-day work week here that's happening, that study in the UK. As you know, I did the 4-day work week experiment this summer, felt just as productive. This feels like this moment of reckoning around office culture. What is it? What does it look like? For, by the way, the people that have the privilege of going into the office or not, because there are plenty of workers who don't even have that option.
Well, I think that's right. And we have 2 pressures coming at us right now. One is the threat of a recession, which could change work entirely and make it such that the Great Resignation slows down. And the second is that, fewer and fewer people are walking off their jobs. That Great Resignation seems to be slowing down. So I think we're about to see things change. And the expectations that corporate leaders are going to have going into that change, I think, are very, very different than they were before the pandemic, Hallie.
Jake Ward, thank you for bringing that to us tonight. Good to see you. Coming up here on the show, environmental activists trying to protect the Amazon rainforest, they are being targeted. Our Cynthia McFadden went there to find out who's behind it and why for our original tonight. Plus, a school leader in Southern California calling what's happening there a crisis, what the district's now doing to try and stop kids from overdosing. We'll be right back.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern?
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, Los Angeles public school officials say all K-12 schools are going to be stocked with naloxone, known as Narcan, in the coming weeks. Why? Because it's a medicine that temporarily reverses the effect of an opioid overdose. Several students have OD'd in that district recently. One 15-year-old died. The superintendent there says they have an urgent crisis on their hands. The hope, obviously, is that this is going to help. From our Southeast Bureau, NASA says it is still planning to try to launch its new moon rocket Artemis 1 next week. But remember the tropical depression we told you about earlier in the show? It's moving toward Florida. That could delay this whole thing again. NASA says it'll make a final decision by tomorrow on whether to push the launch back. They may even take the rocket off the launch pad. That would be definitely a big delay. From our Northeast Bureau, a seal right here that had been living in a pond in Massachusetts recently turned itself into police this morning. This is Schubert the seal, named after the Shoe Pond where it is. Officials there think it got into this pond. It's not its home. They think they got there through a drain pipe. You'd had crews out there trying to catch the seal with no luck, but earlier today, Schubert got out of that pond and literally crossed a parking lot and went to the door of the local police station. The seal's been sent to an aquarium in Connecticut. For now, go say hi to Schubert. To tonight's Original Now, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on, and it's been called the hunt for green blood, the tracking and assassination of environmental activists trying to defend what's left of the world's rainforests. You probably remember some of these pictures that flashed around the world over the summer when a famous British journalist and an indigenous expert guide were murdered on a river inside Brazil's Amazon rainforest. And they're not the only ones. Around the world, 200 environmentalists were murdered in 2020. That's the highest number ever. Our Cynthia McFadden traveled to Peru's Amazon to learn more.
Deep in the Peruvian Amazon, in a region known as Madre de Dios, Mother of God, a massive gold rush is turning a once lush jungle into this, a hellish desert, speckled with toxic mercury-filled ponds.
How bad is it?
It's much worse than we had feared.
Luis Fernandez is one of the world's leading experts on mercury and its effects here.
Miners working under very difficult conditions using really primitive techniques have to somehow sift through tons of sediment to get those little flecks of gold.
But to collect just an ounce of gold, miners must separate it from nearly 30 tons of silt. To do it, they cut down the trees, dig deep into the earth, and flush the silt down a slide. But where's the gold?
To get that final step, where you want to separate the gold from the sand, you add mercury.
Mercury is poison, isn't it?
It is. It's poisonous to humans, to wildlife. It lasts for centuries.
All the mercury that is spreading.
Some of it touches the gold, but a lot of it doesn't. The rest of it is thrown back into the river, kind of like the baby with the bathwater, except that the baby is toxic.
In this area alone, more than 370,000 acres of forest have been lost to mining. affecting worldwide weather patterns, crop growth, and carbon emissions, and turning the once carbon-absorbing forest into a place pumping ever more carbon into the atmosphere. But the crisis is not only environmental. Those who fight back against the illegal mining, the conservationists, are being slaughtered at record rates. Over 200 environmental defenders were killed globally in 2020. In Peru, at least 14 have been killed in the last 2 years alone, the highest number ever. And the attempts on their lives keep on coming. We met up with 2 of them for their first ever U.S. network interview.
Oh, paradise.
Yes. We visit the home of one of Peru's fiercest environmental defenders, 75-year-old Victor Zambrano. His land now a private reserve.
Is it true that you personally have planted 20,000 trees?
30,000. And I keep planting them.
The recipient of many prestigious international awards, including a National Geographic grant, just days before we arrived, he tells us 2 men with silencers came to do him harm, but were scared off by a neighbor who saw them and screamed. With him the day we visit is Demetrio Pacheco, who knows only too well what the cost of protecting the land from the miners can mean.
This is very dangerous work you're doing.
In my case, I have already suffered the death of one of my children.
After several threats, his son, Roberto, was shot to death on land he and his father refused to allow miners to operate on.
I have a son. I can't imagine what this must have been like for you. You found him.
It was a very sad and fatal moment for me. To have him so robust, so happy, and then to find him lying there on the road.
Pacheco tells us despite being identified, the suspects in his son's murder remain fugitives.
It's sort of open season on environmental defenders.
At this point in our lives, we don't have the choice. What might happen to us does not matter.
Fueling the illicit mining, which U.S. government officials tell us results in at least $3 billion worth of unaccounted for gold making its way into the worldwide market, are ruthless transnational organizations, cartels, paramilitary groups, some of whom are now making more from gold than from drugs. Zambrano says the criminal groups are so powerful and government corruption is so rampant, it is difficult to bring the situation under control.
We are the enemy, and that is why we receive death threats.
The men tell us they now technically have government protection, but call it meaningless.
A piece of paper against a bullet? What use is this paper?
The paper doesn't stop a bullet.
Instead, Zambrano has installed security cameras and tell us he's been offered $250,000 to stay quiet.
You're just 2 men on the front lines of what seems like a war financed by some very powerful people. Can you win?
That's what we hope for, to not falter. Because the forest is a benefit to mankind as a whole. It is not just for us. That's our hope.
I don't know if you're brave or foolish.
You may call us insane, crazy, but this is our conviction.
Cynthia McFadden is joining us now. Cynthia, it is incredible reporting, and I know that what has happened here has gotten the attention of the military here in the U.S., right? Explain that.
That's exactly right. Those transnational criminal groups, think paramilitary cartels, well, they're getting so powerful that the U.S. understands that they're a destabilizing force, and so Southcom is providing real-time satellite surveillance and other kinds of assistance to the Peruvian government and other governments in the region. These guys are so rich, Hallie, that they buy jets to transport their illicit wares, the gold and guns and even human beings, and then to cover their route, they burn those planes. That's rich.
One of the things I think might come up for people when they're looking at these activists whose lives are in danger, you know, you're you're sitting with them, Cynthia, you're walking with them, you're with them where they are. Can you, as much as you're comfortable, share a little bit more about like your own security there or the steps that you all took?
Yeah, there were. You know, happily, NBC News likes to not only get its people to places, they like to make sure they come back to. So we had a lot of hoops to jump through. This was a year in the making, in part because we wanted to make sure we had exactly the right team to go. And it was an experienced group that went. We did have security with us. We had an Israeli commando with us, retired, and another Peruvian officer who was armed. And there were a few dicey moments, which I'll share with you some night over a libation.
I'll get that on the books. Cynthia McFadden, I appreciate you. I appreciate your reporting. It is so important, and we're glad to be able to highlight it here on this show. Thanks, Cynthia.
Thank you.
You can
so
watch
much.
Cynthia's special, Paradise Lost: The Weight of Gold, Tuesday, 10:30 Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. You are not going to want to miss it. When we come back, the backstory. And tonight, we're getting into a new Washington Post investigation all about how it's been harder for black coaches to get top coaching jobs in the NFL and to keep them. Stay with us.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers. Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, we're looking at a new investigation from the Washington Post, taking a deep dive into something we know has been a big issue, how the NFL's hiring practices work against black coaches. Look at what's on your screen right now, however you're watching, your phone, your laptop, whatever. The pictures in red, those are all the black head coaches the NFL has hired. In the 33 years since Art Shell, the first black head coach, the NFL has had only 24 others. The Post compiled and analyzed 3 decades worth of data, speaking with 16 of those 24 living, current, and former NFL head coaches who identify as black. And in their reporting, they found black coaches perform just as well as white coaches, but have fewer chances to get the top coaching jobs, and they're held to a higher standard when it comes to keeping their job. They also found since 1990, black coaches have been twice as likely to get fired after leading a team to a regular season record of 500 or better, meaning a winning record. We reached out to the NFL for comment on this report, haven't heard back. The NFL did respond to the Washington Post, though, saying they don't make the hires, but they'll keep pushing forward with their programs and initiatives to make sure owners know what candidates are out there. Dave Scheiner from the Washington Post was one of the people who worked on this investigation. Dave, we're really happy to have you here for this this segment. It really is about pulling back the curtain to share more of how you actually did this reporting in the first place. And start with why now, right? What was it about everything we've seen over this past year that made you and your team think, okay, we've got to do this big investigation now?
Yeah, I think the why now is the Brian Flores lawsuit. So Brian Flores was a coach for the Miami Dolphins. Head coach got fired, and in February he filed suit against the NFL, claiming racial discrimination in hiring and firing practices. So that was the news hook that kind of got us underway, and then it becomes a matter of how are we best going to tell this story. And honestly, the best thing we did was go down two routes. One with the data, which is cold, raw data that's hard to sort of convey in a human way. But then we paired that with the videos of the coaches who did make it and put a human face on this story.
Talk about the human face, because very few people actually talked with you and your team. I know you contacted all 32 teams, tried to talk to all the owners. Only one of them actually agreed to talk to you. You try to get data. You talk about data from the NFL. They didn't give it to you. Like, how do you keep, I think people find it interesting. How do you keep reporting in the face of hurdles like that?
Well, we just push through and you take what you can get. The NFL was not forthcoming at all with the data. The owners were not forthcoming to get on the phone with us. That appears maybe that it is changing. I think the first piece that we've done here in this project, in this series, has brought some of them out. And we think we're going to be speaking more with some owners in the future as the rest of this project rolls out. So there's a lot more to come.
This was a team effort, right? This wasn't just like you solo. Talk about that, because there was traveling the country. This was on the ground, sort of boots on the ground here, visiting teams, visiting facilities, et cetera. It was very collaborative.
It was, I don't want to say it was a massive effort, but last time I looked, there were 65 people in our Slack channel at the Post. So,
that sounds massive to me, Dave. I don't know.
We're talking a dozen reporters or so who worked on it. We're talking a half dozen editors, graphics, data, video, photo, designers, the whole 9 yards. So it was very much a collaborative effort. My name wound up going first on the main story, but I can tell you that there was at least a dozen voices in that story, from colleagues of mine to even editors.
What do you want people's biggest takeaway to be, Dave, in just like a couple of sentences or less? When you look at this and when you look at the numbers, despite what the NFL says about sort of publicly promoting this holistic approach to diversity.
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway is that nothing has improved. We're 20 years. Yeah,
Dave,
the biggest takeaway.
Dave Scheiner. Dave, thank you. I think your audio dropped out right at the end there, but that is just a fascinating look at how a story comes together. We appreciate you pulling back the curtain and showing us how it actually happens. Thanks to you all, by the way, for being with us this hour. That is a wrap for us now. We're going to have more of you here Monday, same time, same place. Enjoy your weekend. Coverage picks up right now. Coming on the air with what is going down literally on Wall Street today, with the Dow just closing the lowest it's been this year, the lowest since 2020, and basically the bummer cherry on top of a long week cake. Okay, just ahead, why our team says the markets are in crisis. And after leaving behind chaos in the Caribbean, you've got Hurricane Fiona, now a Category